Yeah, she was.
I
We'll have to have the audio unmuted, so. Yeah, good. We'll have to have the audio unmuted, so. Yeah, good. We'll have to have the audio unmuted, so. Yeah, good. We'll have to have the audio unmuted, so. Yeah. Test 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Test. All right, good morning. We're going to go ahead and get started. Thank you all for being here on a Monday morning, bright and early. We really appreciate you. Just want to welcome you to the first workshop of Workshop Week for the Recovery Task Force. My name is John Romine. I'm part of the team here at Collaboratory, and we're hoping that we can get to some really rich conversation this morning to start to frame some of the more detailed initiatives that will be in the Recovery and Resilience Plan that I'll touch on in a minute. But before we get too far in, I do want to go over a couple sort of housekeeping items. For those of you that are either at the branch table or at the front table, the panel table, you have microphones in front of you. When you speak, please push the button. The light will turn from red to green. That is so folks that are watching live can hear you. Some of the microphones we had a little technology issue this morning. Some of the microphones will sound back through the room, but some of them won't, but they will be heard on Zoom or on YouTube where it's streaming live. This is a public meeting. So at the end, we will have public comment. This is about a 90-minute meeting. And so we have about only 15 minutes held for public comment after the bulk of the meeting's over, the workshop's over. And then we have our next workshop starts at 11 o'clock. So today is all about critical infrastructure, and we're starting with natural resources, which is a super important priority for our community. So with that, I'm going to, we'll do some quick introductions of the panelists. So we'll start at that end. Roland, if you don't mind starting, introduce yourself, your organization, and then we'll work our way this way.
Good morning. I'm Roland Ottolini with Lee County Division of Natural Resources. I'm currently as the director.
Good morning, Maya Robert, City of Cape Coral, Public Works. I'm the Environmental Resource Manager.
Good morning. I'm James Evans. I'm the CEO of the Sanibel Captiva Conservation Foundation.
Morning, Jeff Carney. I'm with the University of Florida. I'm the director of the Florida Institute for Built Environment Resilience.
Good morning, Nicole Idavia, Director of Research and Restoration for the Coastal and Heartland National Estuary Partnership.
Mike Sprayberry. I'm the Senior Advisor for Haggerty Consulting.
Good morning, I'm Tessa Lesage. I work here at Collaboratory, and I'm happy to be here to help support the facilitation this morning.
Great, thank you. And then we have a whole slew of our support team here from Haggerty and Collaboratory. I actually didn't say Collaboratory, that's impressive. So, you know, as we go through this and beyond, if you have any questions, please ask. And I do want to say we do have branch members from multiple branches here today, so appreciate you all being here to participate in the conversation. So real quick high level overview of what the Recovery Task Force is. So after the Hurricane Ian, the Board of County Commissioners approved, based on the FEMA disaster recovery framework, a recovery task force that's made up of the elected bodies of within the Lee County geography. So you can see, and it's here's the list of those individuals that represent those municipalities and districts. And then Commissioner Kevin Ruane is the chair of the Recovery Task Force and voted by the Board of County Commissioners. There are 8 branches. So you have planning and capacity, economic recovery, education, workforce, health and social services, infrastructure, housing, natural resources, and cultural resources. And all of these work together to make up, based on the FEMA framework, plus a little tweaks that we made for our community for the work of the Recovery Task Force. We're on a really aggressive timeline. So this may be why it felt like the time frame to get folks to participate was super urgent. We're driving towards December 5th. That is when the Board of County Commissioners will vote on the Recovery and Resilience Plan for Lee County. So we are in the second stage of developing that plan. So we've been collecting information. We did robust community engagement. and really starting to prioritize what is important for us to be a more resilient Lee County. So we are now in that development of the plan phase, and we will be really iterating on priorities and initiatives that will make up the plan over the next couple of months. So this is a little look at our community engagement. So we had 15 in-person town halls, and several were both in English and Spanish. We had 2 virtual town halls, one in English, one in Spanish. 37 mentions in media articles about those town halls, more than 1,000 participants. And then what's still available and still online is the survey for people to share what their priorities are. And we're almost to 5,000 survey responses so far. And then on March 30th, we had a community-wide, a region-wide event. Actually, it was called On the Table, where folks participated around the community to understand what their priorities are for their communities. And so we had about a little over 1,000 folks submitted a survey for that as well. So today's work, this week I said is workshop week. Every month we have what's branch week. And so that's where all 8 branches, they meet and they're really narrowing in on what their priorities are, what those initiatives will be for the resilience plan. And so now we're into this, like, how do we develop those initiatives? And so many of you are the subject matter experts that the branches recommended to be, to learn more from, to understand how should we prioritize certain areas of the plan. Each branch is responsible for developing initiatives for their section of the plan. And ultimately, many of them overlap and are interconnected. So that's why infrastructure includes natural resources as well. And so there's 4 days of workshops this week, today, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. The themes are there on the right. So Wednesday is supporting business and workforce. Thursday is community resilience, and Friday is all. Now we're recording. Can you click the got it, please? Thank you. Oh. And so, and then Friday is all about housing. And so that is really looking at the 3 sort of buckets that make up housing on Friday. So branch members can attend any workshop. That's why we have a mix of branch members here, from critical infrastructure to natural resources and others, as can the public. So these are all publicly noticed meetings. So we have 3 workshops today on critical infrastructure. We have 4 workshops on Wednesday around workforce and supporting businesses, 4 workshops on Thursday about community resilience, and 3 workshops on Friday about housing. And so they're all 90 minutes to 2 hours, depending on the topic. So this is number 1. So we'd love your feedback, love a little patience as we try to figure out how to make this work, both in person and streaming live and recording for the public. So anybody that can't make a workshop can attend or can watch it back online. So this one is about protecting, restoring, and enhancing natural resources to support health and resilience. And so one of the things that we're going to really start to dive into is, what does that look like as we start to build out the initiatives for the plan. And so with that, I am going to turn it over to Tessa, and she's going to facilitate the conversation around so what we're trying to achieve and the questions that we're sort of going to ask of the subject matter experts. And then there will be a section for branch members to ask questions as well. One note, the power infrastructure branch or workshop has been moved, I believe, to June 21st, the afternoon of June 21st. It was rescheduled because one of the most critical players could not participate this afternoon. And so that one will be a standalone workshop on June 21st in the afternoon, and it will be held here as well. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Tessa.
Thank you. Do I need the slides? Yep. Okay. All right. Good morning, everybody. How are you? It's Monday. Is everybody caffeinated and ready to go? Awesome. All right. Well, let's get going because we don't have forever. And I definitely know we need to hear a lot from this amazing panel, because natural resources is such a huge and important part of our economy and of our resilience here in Southwest Florida. So the first question I wanted to ask, and we can get started. We can start with you, Roland, down at the end there. How do we need to rethink the relationship between natural resources and resilience?
Well, I don't think it's a matter of rethinking. I think it's doing more that what we do know about our natural resources. Lee County is dependent, water management is very heavily dependent on natural resources. We depend on natural resources for our flood protection, water quality, and water supplies. Basically, we may have a canal network as such, but everything leads to either natural creeks, wetlands, sloughs. Floodplains are very important. Natural floodplains and our natural creeks are very important. So wetlands are very important for polishing water quality. And also there are certain areas in the DRGR that are also very important for groundwater recharge. So it's not a matter of doing something different. It's a matter of incorporating those ideas. And when we look at the landscape out there, so it's important is really basically keeping space and interconnectivity with our water systems. If you look at an aerial right now, you can see all the older development. It looks like a patchwork. It's a mosaic of piecemeal cookie cutter projects that were basically, historically, you just build a berm around your property and you build your stormwater system internally, and then you discharge to the nearest ditch nearby. As we've moved into master planning with watersheds, we've looked at those interconnections with water systems and making sure that when new development comes in or opportunities for redevelopment, that we provide that interconnectivity.
Okay, that's really helpful. It's a great sort of overview. So this idea of interconnected water systems helps us manage water as a county, as opposed to just thinking individually, piece by piece, development by development. And there are opportunities both with new development and with redevelopment to rethink how we do that. So from the city of Cape Coral's perspective, what would you like to add? It's okay.
I think when it comes to critical infrastructure, I believe we should, rather than sometimes think of natural resources as an afterthought or permitting requirements, we should really start incorporating this as a forefront of any type of action that we have, keeping in mind that natural resources is really the driving force of our local economy. I agree with what Roland have said. We do have a patchwork of different type of natural resources. Cape Coral is very, unique with all the canals we have. I think that we have to also keep in mind that as we look into the future and resiliency, we have to keep in mind that natural resources also drive the health of our community. We've talked about, mental health. So when we think about rebuilding and having low-income housing and projects of that nature, we need to think about incorporating natural resources into those actions. If we look into critical infrastructure, whether it's transportation, large utilities infrastructure, we have to incorporate that. So beyond what Roland has said, which is a network of interconnectivity for water management, I would like to see interconnectivity of natural resources within large infrastructure project, whether it's transportation, housing, or bridges and things like that, because that's what's going to make our community stronger and resilient. I have more things to say, but I'm going to pass on.
Okay. All right. So we'll remember you have more things to say. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. So a couple of things. Most people are actually on Zoom since, this is like the last week of school and people are getting ready to go on vacation and everything else. So don't forget to make sure you if you bend the mic down towards your mouth and then talk into the mic so that we're sure that everyone on Zoom and the recording can hear us, that would be fantastic. All right, James, what do you want to add to this discussion about the relationship between natural resources and resilience?
So first off, I agree with everything that Roland and Maya said. And preservation of our natural resources is really the best way to make Lee County more resilient. And so when you look at how communities like Sanibel, who have a strong track record of preservation of their lands, and you compare it to other areas that were impacted that have a lot of infrastructure, it's a pretty stark difference between those areas. And we know that the natural resources are critical to our tourism-based economy here in Lee County. You know, we generate over $3 billion here annually. And a lot of that's due to our beaches, our water quality, fishing, and other reasons that people come from all over the world to come to Lee County. And I think it's also important that we don't lose sight of that, because if we're using this process or any other process to justify the need for density increases or developed area in those most sensitive areas, I think we're going in the wrong direction. And we need to make sure that we're preserving those most vulnerable resources first, our coastal wetlands, our mangrove forests, those things that are the first line of defense for this storm and future storms. We need to make sure that we're preserving those for the future. And so I think when we look at places like the DRGR, or we're looking at the coastal barrier islands, those are areas where we should be looking to keep growth at a minimum, not looking for ways to increase density in developed areas. So I think that's going to be critical as we look forward, looking at preservation as a tool for making our community more resilient.
Okay. So Jeff, no pressure, but I'm going to ask you a different question.
Good answer.
So I'm curious, I mean, we talked about what the things we need to think about and be cautious of, from your perspective, coming from outside the area. How do we start to begin to think about managing these things so that we can protect our natural systems and support our resilience? What are some solutions?
Well, and I'll probably to some extent answer the previous question and get to where you're going. I think one of the real challenges of appreciating and understanding natural systems is knowledge, understanding those systems as a citizen, as people in the community. And when you look at the natural systems that are here, they're like anywhere that's a built environment, they're highly impacted, right? I mean, in some places they're probably closer to natural, but I spent some time in Cape Coral last semester, and that is a natural system that is highly engineered and built. And so the ability for people to understand that is a challenge, right? If you can't understand it, if you can't walk out of your front yard into your yard and understand the impact that your yard has on the environment, then that's a huge disadvantage, right? It's a huge disadvantage to you understanding your own risk in an event. Why did my house flood? Well, because it's in a wetland, but you might not have known that had there been no natural environment left to tell you that. So I do think there's a huge question of educating people around, making them an owner, a part of an understanding of the system itself. And so in terms of building more respect for and a greater concern for the natural systems, to me, it really does start in people's backyards. It starts with the built environment. So, there's hundreds of thousands of people living here. And so when they appreciate a natural system over there, it might be something relatively reserved. It might be something they use on the weekends. They don't worry about it the other 6 days out of the week. So I think that understanding of the built environment as the kind of way that we respect the natural environment, I think is really important.
Such a great point. I think that people move here and they see the natural, the natural systems, the natural resources as something that they can go visit that's outside of themselves, not recognizing the impact that every single thing that we build has on those systems and on the system as a whole. And then turning that around, the impact that it has on us when we're faced by a natural disaster, the interconnectedness, right? So really, really good point. And I think one of the challenges we face in Florida is that most people aren't from here, right? So a lot of people don't really understand how this natural ecosystem worked and how it works now. And so it's a really fantastic point. All right, Nicole, what would you like to add?
All right. So I think you all just touched on a few points that kind of encompass what the mission of the National Estuary Partnership is. And it's one, helping to educate both the public and decision makers on what is the natural environment and how we're not separate from the environment. We do tend to think of ourselves as separate from the environment, but we are a part of the environment. And I think this storm taught us more than anything that human health is environmental health and vice versa. The other thing is our economic health is also dependent on our natural resources. We conducted an economic valuation study for this area to put some hard numbers on it, just again, because you want to put that type of information in the hands of people and help them understand what's really going on in the hands of decision makers. And according to our economic valuation study, and again, using real numbers, economic data, it's 7 billion annually in Lee County. Is produced, it has economic effects just in Lee County from natural resources, which is a really big deal. And educating those that are living here and those that are making the decisions here and providing those tools is a huge part of what we do. We build a number of tools like that to go out and do the scientific modeling and then streamline that data down to sort of an understandable bite, because that's, we're all busy. We all have things we have to do. But at the same time, protecting these natural resources is going to be so impactful. It already is impactful to us, but moving towards the future as well. And when we're looking at restoration and when we're looking at what we're building, adding in additional funding for buffering for some of the, the impacts from a little bit of different freshwater flows, different rainfall patterns. There's going to be differences in the amount of salinity gradients. We're going to see sea level rise. We're going to see some of the salinities impacting our rivers and ecosystems, and that's going to impact us. It's not just these natural areas, but helping to package these tools and put them in the hands of decision makers is a lot of what the work we do is. And I think we saw it too, post-storm, we were doing a lot of surface water quality sampling and seeing what's going on in our surface waters. And that's not something that maybe we were even thinking about. We were thinking about health, home, and drinking water. But at the end of the day too, that ended up impacting us when we were looking at what was going on with Vibrio in our waters afterwards. So again, our environment, we are a part of our environment. We are animals in our environment, and making sure that if we protect it, it's going to protect us. And so we have that science back on how those systems do protect us and where we can be, understanding that there's going to be needs for economic growth. And so how do we be strategic about it? How do we be opportunistic? How do we build that into the environment that we already have and improve the systems we already have is going to be really important going forward.
Yeah. So this idea of being strategic, because there's so many different values associated with our natural systems and the potential impacts that it can have when they get destroyed or when we are facing a disaster. All right, Mike, so can you help us understand maybe from an outside perspective, how others might be rethinking the relationship between natural resources and resilience, or what your sort of outside perspective would be on that?
Right. So you've heard from the scientist, right? And now you get to hear from me, but I'd just like to double down what's being said. I mean, we live in our natural environment, and so on blue sky days. And so we need to make sure that we're doing our level best to ensure that, we're doing the things that we need to do. I mean, y'all have all the information down here in South Florida. I mean, I was reading the report card about water quality. We cannot take water quality for granted. I mean, it's a real thing. And a lot of places in the world, they don't have good water quality. And I'm a former director of emergency management for the state of North Carolina. I always told my guys is that then when the wastewater plants are not functioning and the water infrastructure is not working, you're having a very bad day. And so you got to make sure that you're taking care of those things. And you're talking about resilience and critical infrastructure. One of the things that we've been working on in North Carolina is repositioning our resilient infrastructure. So the ones that keep getting hit in a repetitive way, we make sure that we're putting them in a different place if we can. This is a great opportunity now for Florida and Lee County, because what you're going to need, and I probably shouldn't even talk about it right now, but I'm going to do it. So there's a lot of revenue streams coming at you, everything from the Infrastructure Act to CDBG DR, CDBG mitigation, your public assistance program. You gotta sync up those programs and sequence those programs so that you can make sure that you harden your critical infrastructure and get them in a good place. Also, you've heard it down the road here. thoughtful development is huge as we, work on our natural environment, because you'll see the clash between folks that want more development and folks that are looking to preserve mangroves and all the other natural resources. So you have to work together to move forward, right? It's not one thing or the other. I think you can do them both in a synchronized manner and by working together.
Okay, so given the interconnectedness and the large importance of our natural system, both as an economic driver, but also as protecting us for our future resilience, and the need to think about how we go forward, not just because we have work to do just because of Hurricane Ian, but because of the future development and growth. This place is growing very, very rapidly. What I'm hearing is we need a strategy that we're all kind of getting behind. We need to be strategic in thinking about how we're going to do that so that we can balance both the growth and our dependence on these natural systems, because we depend on them in so many ways, right? So you made it through the first question. Now we have this opportunity here. If you're a branch member, you can scan this QR code. A couple of branch members have already taken advantage of this, but you can submit initiatives that you think that are sparked in your mind from these conversations. If you would like to, you can take a picture of that. You should get a link. You can also, go to the website and do that as well. But the topic is protecting, restoring, and enhancing natural resources, supporting health and resilience. And the key questions are, what are the most powerful actions the region can take to protect the waterways from pollution and promote natural-based solutions to resilience? Okay.
Can I make a comment?
Yes, please.
So I just want to basically compliment y'all on how you have built this recovery task force based on the National Disaster Recovery Framework. It's very mature, it's good governance, and I really haven't seen anything like it, certainly not in my state or anywhere else in the nation. So I think you're to be commended on that, because working together in this unified way and charting your own path forward, that's the way to get things done. Thanks.
Great, thank you. All right, so I'm going to keep this up here for you as we go through the rest of the questions, but I wanted to make sure you all had it as things come to mind. You can go ahead. Use your microphone.
Kate Gooderham, Natural Resources. I think there is one thing that needs to be kind of overarching, and that is that natural resources are infrastructure, and that it is cheaper and less stressful and everything else, all the other things that you consider, to keep it in good health than it is to try to fix it later. And our poster child for that is Lake Okeechobee. And in addition, and I think that has to be overarching, and we have to keep remembering it. We have to protect our natural resources because it is cheaper to do it, and it's the right thing to do as well. And those that are looking at things from a fiscal point of view, this is the only thing you can do, is to protect our natural resources. They do so many jobs for us, and these people up front who are specialists and so well trained can list all the jobs they do that we don't have to pay for if we will protect them.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, James.
So I just wanted to add, and that's why we've been at the Natural Resources Branch asking for a cost benefit analysis. I think economics have to be at the basis of all of the work the branches do, whether it's infrastructure or natural resources. Natural resources is part of the infrastructure. We need to be able to assess the economic benefits of our natural resources, of our water quality, to the sport fish industry, to our tourism-based economy. And I think without that, it's going to be really hard to justify some of these projects. So I think that's going to be at the basis of what we do, and it needs to be done soon.
Okay. All right. And then Maya, did you have something you wanted to add based on your comment earlier that you had a few more things you wanted to say about that question?
we'll see what the next questions.
Okay.
hold.
The next question is about balancing property rights. And do you feel like that'll get to where you want to go? Yeah, okay. All right. Don't tell me you want to say more and then not say it, because I'm going to come back to you, okay? If I remember, that's the key. Did I have enough caffeine? All right, so the next question is, and I'm going to let you all answer these. I'm not going to like go down the row, okay? So if you have something to say, answer. If you don't, that's okay. So while respecting property rights, are there ways to increase access to natural resources for all community residents? This is a question that came specifically from the Economic Recovery Branch. Curious what your thoughts are on that. How could we increase access to natural resources for all community residents while respecting property rights? Roland?
Step aside from private property. Lee County, through their Conservation 2020 program, has acquired over 30,000 acres of land since its inception. And nowhere is there a restriction from public access. It may be primitive in some cases, but there's also full-fledged parking and other type of activities and other preserves. So I'm not aware of any kind of issue in terms of access or having access to natural resources that the county acquired. Now, sometimes the process takes a while. I mean, because it's a willing seller program. It goes through a nomination process. It goes through a ranking. And once it's ranked, it goes through a committee. And then it also then goes to due diligence. If it's selected, then negotiations with the property owner. And then you're going through the whole acquisition. Then we develop a management plan for the property. And ultimately, you have to do whatever restoration or public access type of activities depending on the site. So there's a lot of resources out there if people feel that they're not. Now, in terms of private property, if you're on riparian waterways, you're kayaking, realistically, nobody can kick you off because they really don't own the waters of the state. So I'm not sure where that issue lies or if there is an issue. So maybe somebody else on the panel can answer that.
James?
I'll just jump in. So I personally don't think there are issues with private property rights and access to our natural areas. We own and manage over 2,000 acres in the region with 1,200 on Sanibel. We provide a lot of access to our private lands, but I think it has more to do with people that are large landowners that are, have properties that are still intact, natural systems that are part of the infrastructure, and how we regulate development and impacts to those natural areas that are currently contributing to benefits to water quality and habitat for wildlife and things like that. So I think the Lee plan actually does a pretty good job of protecting those areas like mangrove forests, things like that, put a level of protection that's appropriate for the sensitivity of that ecosystem. So I think when I look at private property rights, people have the right to develop their land, but that doesn't mean that we have to look for opportunities to give them more intense uses or more density on a property that should be protected in a way that's appropriate for that ecosystem like a mangrove forest. So I think there's a lot of benefits to protecting those natural systems that are outside of, public ownership. They're also in private ownership that are privately owned that could be developed, and just thinking about how that contributes to the greater part of the infrastructure of the entire county. I think that's going to be important as well.
Jeff?
So, yeah, as you said, I'm not from here and not as familiar with the specifics, but I just jotted down private property and public benefit as two things that the
Yes.
question sort of
Yes.
establishes as the goal, which is a challenge. And I think that we need to acknowledge that sometimes our private property desires are in conflict with public benefit, and things that leap out are exclusionary single family zoning forces us to develop in an extremely wide, extremely broadly, which leads to transportation, which leads to a lot of underutilized land, which could be more either intensely built upon, which would allow for more intense natural areas too, right? So that's one thing. The other thing would be questions of bulkheading, right? I mean, that's a private property right that people will defend. that does not provide for public benefit necessarily, right? And oftentimes it is in direct conflict with public benefit. So I think that the way the question is stated as a private, let's take private property as a sort of something that's somewhat sacrosanct here, I think should be discussed in an open way and in a healthy and friendly way to say, what about private property are we talking about? Insurance is a public, insurance prices are driven by things well outside of my private property rights. And so there's a lot to private property, which is not simply controlled within that boundary. So to say, I should get to protect every, this is mine, and yet I should benefit from the public benefits. These are important questions. I don't have the answer.
Yeah, well, you're on the panel to have the answers for us, don't you know? Okay, so this is a great point, and I think this is really what the economic recovery branch was asking us. Not what are we already doing? The question is increase. And does the situation that we're in right now provide some opportunity to think about or think differently about how we respect property rights, but also increase access to natural resources for all community residents, but also for resilience, right? We may have learned a few things about some of the properties around, Lee County as well in this most recent experience and in all the ones that came before. So anybody want to add anything else to this conversation, Nicole?
I just wanted to kind of speak to, just talking economics and private lands, to continue thinking about ways to incentivize private landowners to have conservation easements on their lands and make that beneficial to them. When we talk about, agricultural lands provide benefits in two ways, they're working lands, but also that provides places for, floodwaters to go or extra water to go, water storage, water quality benefits as well if they have wetlands on their properties, and figuring out ways to help them keep those wetlands on their lands, and because it's costly to maintain those lands, and thinking about how that actually, even though that's private property, it provides a public benefit. I myself live up in Northport, and I think about some lands that were just recently preserved just north of me that I don't, there was a lot of flooding in Northport after this last storm. And if those lands were developed at that point, that flooding probably would have reached me because that gave a place for that rainwater to go. So continuing to keep that in mind, like how do we help those that have those rural and family lands, and how do we support that policy wise, and thinking about that, because again, they do provide a public benefit. So.
Mhm. Okay, Maya, real quick.
Sorry, I tried to be quick.
Yeah, you're good.
So Cape Cod is very unique in this way that the vast majority of the water interface, the waterways, is actually private land. So in Cape Cod, you have people that have waterfront lots, and then you have people that are on land and don't have access to waterways. They are very limited access point to the canal system. All of them are really private properties. So the city has been working in increasing access to neighborhood, boat ramp type parks. But I wanted to touch base on what has been said here. So if we look at, private landowner access for economic growth, and we want to think about natural resource preservation and how we're gonna, grow economically, but also be mindful of it. I think that we should also think about utilizing areas that are already developed, that already have maybe bulkheads, that already have a lot of pressure on the environment, and think about ways of offering more access in those areas rather than going into developing properties that would require more impact to natural resources, such as mangrove that would be up for development, to put a boat ramp, boat slips that would be moved from an area to another to impact. So maybe think a little bit about areas that are already highly developed, that maybe might not be at capacity. I know the Cape Coral canals are not, at capacity when it comes to boat traffic and things like that. But trying to consolidate those areas rather than expanding in areas that would be actually more suitable for conservation through 2020 or other.
Yeah, so you're touching on what Kate said, which is this idea of better to keep what we already have as natural as we can, and think about how we can maybe rethink some of the properties that have already been developed. Because that impact has already happened there, right? Okay. And this idea, Jeff, I think you were getting to sort of like this clustering of development instead of spreading it all out across everything. Daniel?
Yeah, and to get back to the question, I think the access to natural resources is obviously super important. It's important to myself and I think everybody in the community, but there's also the resilience they provide. A lot of our natural resources here in Southwest Florida are kind of like your internal organs. You don't really appreciate them until there's something wrong with them, and then you've got to go in and try to get that fixed. A lot of the resources that I think are most vulnerable are probably not very appealing from to access. I know we've talked a fair amount about 10 Mile Canal and the floodplains that go into that. There's properties in there that were purchased decades ago, probably with some intent to do something other than leave them as a natural resource, that now I think after both Irma and Ian, we've realized that if those were a more intensive use than what they are right now, that would have resulted in a lot more disastrous outcomes for our community. Again, if you were to put a picture of those up on the screen of what those areas look like, probably would not have a whole lot of curb appeal for anybody to go have a picnic there this weekend, but they do have a lot of value to the community. So I think that's something that, to go back to that question, maybe bring that back to whatever branch brought it up and say it's not just about the access, but it's also about the resilience that they provide. Because I think you really have to look at those together. You have to look at all the value that any individual piece of our natural resource provides, and not just sector out and say, oh, this is great access. Well, it's also a great flood protection and other stuff. And 40 years ago, maybe we're just a little naive to how important that was, but now we've learned our lesson, hopefully.
I want to add one other thing. So just because we have some of these systems that are developed and impacted doesn't mean that they can't be restored. I think there's the opportunity to also find some of these areas with more intense uses and try to restore them with somewhat of a natural system to create that resiliency and the buffer and all of the ecosystem benefits that are provided by natural systems.
Yeah, that's a great point. So I think it is some of the questions that come up may be pointed at one single point, but I think what you all have made really, really clear today is the multi-pronged value of anything we can do to protect our natural resources and systems, whether they're next to train tracks or in an industrial area or the beaches, which is what most people are always thinking when they first think about sort of Florida's natural systems. Anybody want to add anything else to this conversation about access or the ability to think about how we can respect private property rights, but also just protect our natural resources for the health and safety aspect of what they do for our community? Anybody have anything else to add? Okay. All right. So the next question is like 4 questions in one. So I'm going to maybe start, I'm going to read them all to you. You do not have to answer every single one of them, but just to give you an idea of where we're going with them. So what are the best known vulnerability assessments currently scheduled, and when will the results be available? Is there more that we need to know about the risk to our natural infrastructure? And how have other communities set priorities? So if you have a response to any part of those questions, I'm going to let you just raise your hand. But what are the best known vulnerability assessments that are currently scheduled, and when can we expect those results? Is there more that we need to know about the risk to our natural infrastructure? We did already mention that we need an economic study of the value of our natural systems, but is there anything else beyond that that we need to know that's maybe specific to risk? to our natural infrastructure? And how have other communities set priorities in this area? Lind?
Yes, Lee County is getting ready to conduct the vulnerability assessment. We're getting ready to hire the Woods Hole Group to do that work for us. It's going to our board June 20th. And that will look at all of our critical infrastructure, do the vulnerability assessment, look at sea level rise, rainfall events, tidal surge, and combined storm events. So that will look at all of our infrastructure. It's tailored, the contract's tailored to the state program, because at the end of the day, when we have this study in hand, we want to be able to apply for resiliency dollars for our projects. The study's not easy. It's a lot of detail, a lot of modeling. So it's going to be done, and we're looking around June 2025 for completion. I think Irma and Ian really kind of showed us how vulnerable our system is. And, so it's, I don't know how much more we need to learn before now and then, other than the modeling and analysis and going through what levels and elevations, all of our critical infrastructure. But we're looking at the transportation, evacuation routes, wastewater plants, electric supply, solid waste facilities, communications, community emergency facilities, schools, healthcare, all the whole 9 yards in this analysis. And it's going to be countywide.
Roland, do you think there's any opportunity to learn from that while we're waiting for the fully complete plan? I mean, I think you're right. We know a lot, right, based on what we've already experienced. And so thinking about solutions is really important now. But do you expect that we'll be able to glean some information as you all are gathering it, as you cross milestones in that couple-year project?
Well, I mean, real simple. If we're rebuilding some of the facilities that we need to do like now, I mean, we do have high water marks. We do have previous modeling analyses. We have the projected sea level rise analyses. So we don't have to wait for that to have, work being done, but it's critical that we do get that opportunity. So we know holistically, so we can start prioritizing the balance of our community's needs.
Yeah, I like the idea that it's not just focused on one aspect or from one perspective, right? It sounds like it's got a nice cover of all the things. All right, others on this idea of like, what do we know in terms of vulnerability assessment? What's coming? What else do we need to know in order to think forward about solutions?
So I'll just give a plug for some of the work that has been done on Sanibel. Mike Savarese over at Florida Gulf Coast University did a vulnerability analysis for the city of Sanibel and Captiva several years back, where he took a community approach where we look at different sectors within the community and how they would be impacted by a storm. And a lot of what was predicted, vulnerabilities, the vulnerability hotspots and things like that, really were true when we assessed the impacts of Hurricane Ian. There's some things that we also learned about, ebb tidal surge and things like that we didn't know. But what we do know is that some of the natural systems on Sanibel did do a great job of holding back the impacts in some areas. In some areas they didn't. The natural systems were degraded, but if they were all developed, then we don't know what would have happened, but we can look around Lee County and probably make a pretty good guess. So I think that's probably a good building block as we look at vulnerability assessments. I know Punta Gorda was one of the first ones to do a sea level rise adaptation plan. But I think that the work that Lee County is doing with Woods Hole is going to be fantastic for the entire county. But I do think there's a lot of projects that we could be doing in the short term. Wastewater treatment plant upgrades from septic to sewer, that's an opportunity, hardening of those plants. And, just trying to build back in a way that takes into account the high water marks and things like that. I think that's really important. Setbacks are another thing that I think as communities rebuild, setbacks from the beach or the bay are going to be really important.
Yeah, I think that, what y'all have already done down here, like with the Conservancy for Southwest Florida, where it rates the estuaries and the water quality, that's great for me as a citizen to go online. That could easily, I think, probably be updated. But you can't ever know too much about how your natural systems are helping you. And so when we installed natural systems along some of our coastline in North Carolina, you always go pre and post disaster to see basically, how they held up and, did they mitigate any extra damages? So I think good deal that you're doing that study. It seems very comprehensive but also I agree, we need to take a look at making sure that we can take low hanging fruit as you go along the way and and to take care of some of the issues that are popping up that you got to take care of anyway. And I'm a big believer in making sure your wastewater plants are hardened. Hardening. That's what we always told our team back in North Carolina.
Yep. Nicole?
You brought up a really good point that reminded me of a couple of tools that we already have currently available that we hope will be able to be incorporated into some of the vulnerability assessments that are going on. And actually the NEP is also contributing some funding to all of the 10 counties in our particular partnership area, Lee County being one of them, towards their vulnerability assessments for any other data gaps that they'd like to fill to that sort of meet the needs of the NEP, which is natural resource protection. So that's something that we hope will hopefully be beneficial when they complete their vulnerability assessment. But there's a couple of tools that that our partners have built in the last few years, looking at hydrology in a couple of the watersheds that are impactful to Lee County. So there's the South Lee County Watershed Initiative, and there's the Charlotte Harbor Flatwoods Watershed Initiative, which is just a little bit north of here, but it is still impactful to Lee County. And so these partners all got together and said, okay, well, rather than treating the symptoms, let's look at the causes. What's going on with the altered hydrology in our area, and how is it impactful to natural systems, and how can we come up with solutions that are beneficial to natural systems, but also still meet the needs of flood mitigation in downstream communities. And so those models are completed and publicly available. We worked with all of our partners to build these and review these. So we already have the buy-in from the permitting agencies, both water management districts were involved, DEP, FWC. And so we kind of have we have these models that were built by all of the partners that would be doing the work in this area. Lee County as well was really really impactful on the outcomes of these. And then we built out reports with recommendations based on, projects that our partners were considering putting funding towards. And again, I just reminded me when you said the low hanging fruit, what projects do they have in mind that could be low hanging fruit? How impactful would those projects be? Because again, there's always limited time and resources to do any type of work. So looking at that in that model and saying, okay, how will this be impactful? How will this be beneficial to natural resources? How will this be impactful to downstream communities? And those are all, there's gray and green infrastructure solutions outlined in those reports, and also looking at different levels of development and how that will affect the natural systems that we have and the ecosystem services that they provide. How will those be impactful to, again, flood mitigation of those downstream communities? But those are a couple of tools that are already online, and some of those projects are actually moving forward, helping those partners do that. But I think those can be, pieces of the puzzle as people continue to build forward and decide what to do next. But those are things we could do now that we know. We don't have to be perfect and say, what's going to be the thing that solves climate impacts in this area, but what do we know now? And a lot of any project that benefits natural systems is going to buffer some of the worst impacts from some of these climate things.
And I like what she just said. It's not everything all at once. It's one step at a time. And watershed initiatives, helping you understand how they affect you and what you're doing, I think it's critical. And I would invite you to look at what Louisiana's doing in their watershed initiative. And it's just like yours. It's multi-jurisdictional. It crosses, county lines and parishes. And so, but everybody's working together regionally to come up with good solutions for flooding.
Yeah, I might be repeating, but I think that the values that people have shouldn't be underestimated, meaning that what the community wants should be a part of what the vulnerability is. And what I mean by that is that we can generate maps, we can gather data, we can show what the risks are all we want. At the end of the day, then you're still left with a map that might or might not be interesting to people. They might or might not want to act on it. And so unless you have projects that the community is behind, you end up with the plan that sits on the shelf. So I think it's really important to engage these design projects, these opportunities, these opportunistic projects. There's things that could happen today to really sort of build consensus around adaptation. And I think it's important too that, and I, as a designer myself, I mean, I just find the word vulnerability assessment to be kind of like, not the happiest sounding word, right? It's sort of it's like, I could find something else to do this afternoon to worry
Right.
about that. But a new park, a new school,
Yeah.
you know, a new amenity is something that everybody can get behind. So to really look at this as an opportunity for the future, not to see it as a sort of mitigation of problems that we have today.
Yeah. So Jeff, this brings me back to your first comments about how important it is for every community member to kind of understand what the value of our natural resources are so that we can protect them, but also getting buy-in in order to be able to move forward with important projects, recognizing that there is no single project that's going to fix all of this. It's going to be a lot of different tools in the toolbox, right? And we have to be thinking broadly because it's not just islands, it's also inland and rivers, and it's, you know, it's a lot of different issues related to water and critical infrastructure that natural resources provide. So this idea of engaging the community in a way so that they're on board with this, I think is a really interesting one. And I think that it's something that is particularly challenging in an area like this where people are coming and going all the time. So I'd be interested if you have examples of places or strategies that communities have used to do that in a way that has been successful. You don't have to say now, but if you do think of them, let us know. And then Kate, I think you had something you wanted to say.
I wanted to add to a study. Captiva Island actually did 3 vulnerability analyses. One was done by consultants for South Seas Resort. One was done for the Captiva Community Panel, and one was done by the Captiva Erosion Prevention District. So they have analyzed themselves nearly to death. But it is a good example of looking very closely at communities. And I think one of the things we're going to have to do once the Lee County vulnerability assessment comes out is to break that down into smaller components, because what we care about is me, you know? And so my little corner of the world, I'm going to care about what the vulnerability assessment says. And that corner of the world don't care so much. And so we are going to have to communicate and educate people based on where they live and what kind of impact it has on them.
Yes.
There we go. Okay. Bonita Springs actually did something, I think, that addresses what you're talking about. The design for floods in this area, most of the, more than just Lee County, is a 25-year storm. After we had Irma, I had a discussion with our city manager, assistant city manager, attorney, and I said, we've got to do something, because every time we approve a new development, it's always built just a little higher than the next one, the old ones around. I said, it's not right. We have a moral obligation to not let this happen, to where the new one floods the old one that was just built maybe 10 years ago. So what happened was we found up in, I think it was Sarasota County or Sarasota, if you build up there, they give you software that's developed for them, and you have to input everything around the new development. And you run a storm scenario, and you cannot end up with results that show that the existing areas around it have been developed fare worse in a flood than they were without it. So what we did is adopted that, but then we did another thing which was really good. We moved that 25-year storm up to, I called it an Irma scenario, but turns out Irma was a 24-year storm. Most people think it was 100, but if you look in the NOAA data, you'll find out it's 24. We moved it up to 100 years storm. And so by actually increasing the design standards of anybody that's developing, even if you're adding on to an existing development substantially, they have to run that software. They put their inputs in, but then they have to give it back to us when they pass. We give it to an independent consultants that we have, and they analyze the inputs, because anybody with any sense knows you can jigger the inputs to make something pass. So, and it's been working well. We adopted this in 2000, I believe it was 19. So, and it's worked pretty well. Now, we haven't been put to the test yet. The only thing that doesn't handle is the storm surge, but we have more floods than we do storm surges.
Thank you. You can click that off. Yes.
One of the overriding themes that I've heard from every single one of you, no matter what your area of expertise was, education, education, education. And to what Tessa said about we being such a transient community, and what Kate just said about every individual pocket of community has their own concern. What I found during Ian, our community was minimally impacted, but those impacted, the impact was catastrophic. And for those that were living along the bay versus those that lived on the east, they didn't even know what happened in their own community, nor were they concerned, because it didn't affect them. So I think our biggest challenge will be to get the community buy-in into whatever we decide to do. And I think that's going to be very hard, given the mentality of the people that live down here, that live in their own little private, in most cases in my community, homeowners associations and gated communities. And we have to figure out a way to reach everyone. And as a whole mindset, figure out how do we tell them just what we have to do, from preserving the environment to the interconnectivity, to the economic development that will happen, that has to be done strategically. That, I think, is our biggest issue.
I would say too, what you're talking about probably gets the least amount of funding, is the education and outreach. So thinking about when we're doing all of these plans, building in an additional budget for outreach and education is huge. And science communication, that's something that we always struggle with in our science, like how do we communicate it out, and building the time and budget and staff for doing that, for getting that community buy-in. And I did have one example I was thinking of a project that was, James had mentioned the adaptation plan that City of Punta Gorda did, and one of the projects that was outlined in there was a stormwater project where they actually, and it was for flood mitigation, because City of Punta Gorda gets a sunny day flooding, it's very low lying. And so they wanted to protect the mangrove fringe along their shoreline. So they built a little harbor walk along that so the public could come by and see it. They had a big, ribbon cutting event. They had signs, and then we put in partnership with the city and DEP and FWC and Nature Conservancy and a number of others I'm probably not listing here. We put in an oyster restoration project in a place where everybody could see it, where people could see the three, and it was a pilot project to help those agencies that would be doing future restorations potentially understand what was going to be the best type of restoration technique to use in that particular area. But the people you could see from this beautiful like harbor walk mangrove fringe, you could see the three oyster restorations. And I think helping people to sort of be able to just physically see it and almost like put a face to a name, and then they feel protective of it too, because now it's part of their community, would probably be a good example of getting the community buy-in. And of course, we had community groups come and help us get the oyster shells, bag them up, install the oyster shells out in the waterway too. So then of course they have that, connection to it, because it's their restoration project. It's not just ours that they're seeing. So, but yeah, the education, outreach, and funding and time for that is going to be huge.
Okay, awesome. Well, that's a great example of a solution. So we have less than 10 minutes left. And so I want to know if our panel has any other sort of solution oriented recommendations that you would make, or examples that you think we should look at as the branches try to, hone their priorities across not just natural systems, but the way natural system affects the other parts of the community.
I'll kick it off. I think a couple items, conservation as a tool to make our county more resilient. I think that's an approach I would certainly support. I think looking at underground utilities throughout our most vulnerable areas so that we can get the power lines underground instead of in the streets after a storm event. That will allow us to have more trees along streetscapes. It promotes wildlife habitat. There are numerous benefits, and I know there's islands like USEPA and others that are great examples that it can work. And I think we should explore that. And last, I think focusing just on nature-based solutions when we're talking about living shorelines and shoreline stabilization, building our dunes larger, more extensive, putting mangroves wherever we can, maybe converting seawalled areas to bulkhead areas to mangroves is another opportunity to not only just, to restore these ecosystem services that were previously provided before they were seawalled, but also making our communities more resilient.
When you said the first part, conservation
As a tool.
As a tool, so are you-
acquiring land specifically to create buffers in our most
Okay,
vulnerable
I didn't know if you
areas.
meant to help with sort of the public understanding of why conservation is important.
No, I think that's part of
Okay,
the
so just-
education
just
component that
doing
we've
it-
talked
okay,
about
okay,
pretty extensively.
Perfect. Others? Maya? And then
Yes.
Roland?
So I think there's timeline. So what is now and what is the future? So for right now, we have a lot of funding coming. We have a lot of hardening and things like that. So what I'd like to see as a solution to both, improve on the use of natural resources as natural base for development and redevelopment is to incorporate natural resources solution within large project and large infrastructure, whether it's the construction of a new bridge, construction, hardening of utilities, wastewater treatment plants. I think natural resources and natural-based solution as a synergetic component of those large projects is essential, and this is something we need to do right now. We need to incorporate it. When it comes to the long term, we need to really look at our regulation, our local codes, on how we want to incorporate those nature-based solutions, conservation, not just do the bare regulatory minimum, but the county as a whole has to decide whether we want to take that step and go above and beyond when it comes to incorporating natural resources into building and infrastructure. I think that's about it for now.
Roland, anything to add?
We also have, there's a lot of plans already in place now that recommend projects, flood mitigation projects, and I presented some of those at the branch meeting a month ago. I think we need to move forwards with some of those, get funding for them, pursue that. But one of the things missing, we talk about community engagement, we also need agency engagement, because even though they're nature-based systems, you're going to go through a lot of permitting. And I sit around with Everglades restoration work, and they don't all necessarily look at the environment the same way. There's advocates for this system or that system. Sometimes they conflict with each other. So you're going to need to get these agencies here, South Florida Water Management District, DEP, the Army Corps, the EPA, Fish and Wildlife Service. They all need to look at these things and actually be supportive of these projects as well, or you'll be stuck
That's a
in
great point.
multiple years of permitting.
Great point. Anything else, Mike?
Well, I was going to say, what role does government have in moving all this forward, and not just local government, but state and federal government too, because you can be a lot more successful when everybody's working together for the same objectives. And then I had a question too about beaches. you know, we do beach renourishment up in North Carolina, and it can prove somewhat problematic moving those types of projects forward. And so, but many times they do help mitigate, you know, storms for us. And so I was just going to say, how's that working down here, like with core beaches, natural beaches, community beaches? Or y'all getting technical assistance from FEMA and moving those things along pretty well? I'm not going to say quickly, but I'm just curious.
Hold on, let's, I gotta get to I have to wrap up these questions real quick. Jeff, did you?
Well, the only thing I would add is that, you know, Florida, and it was said about the gated community. I mean, it is a consumer choice in a lot of cases to live here, and people choose the Florida that they think exists, right? And I think we need to flip the script on that. I mean, the Florida that you see in a lot of cases is not the nature-based solution to Florida's problems. And so natural plantings, green streets, natural drainage systems, I think it really, I'm not saying that it starts and ends here, but it's a really important part for people to understand that where your yard hits the storm drain matters, and what that looks like. It doesn't look like a golf course with green grass running down into the culvert. So I think that natural systems and imagining a Florida, even a single family residential Florida that looks radically different than it does today, I think is really important.
Okay. All right. So Kate, can you answer that really quickly? Like, we have no minutes.
The really quick answer is we have a bunch of beach restoration projects in Lee County. They're funded through local, state, and federal money. It's working quite well.
Okay, great. Fantastic. Okay. So thank you to the panel. I'm going to go ahead and pass it back.
Great, thank you. And so I guess the last thing we would say as it relates to a couple things, as it relates to the branch members, are there any other questions or information that you feel would be important to ask of the panel, that you would like a little bit more information? And then Mike, I think based on your experience, if there's any other sort of focus areas related to natural resources, specifically as it relates to our critical infrastructure, that would be important for this group, for the branches, and for the community as a whole to be thinking about.
So I think that for us, for me and where we live in North Carolina, a lot of attention has been focused on, especially along the coastline, getting rid of septic tanks and, you know, getting connected to a sewer and putting in more infrastructure. And that's really been a focus all the way up and down the coast. Also building, you know, natural shorelines. And I really like what Jeff just said about reimagining what Florida looks like. You know, Jeff came to North Carolina a few years back and worked on a planning charrette for the town of Princeville. And so I think we saw there people working together for the common goal. And really, when it comes down to it, interpersonal relationships and somebody, you know, people really taking the lead, just like you're doing here. I mean, I don't know how excited you guys are, but you need to be, because this is the great opportunity. I mean, don't look at it as, you know, a post-disaster. Look at it as the opportunity to make Lee County better. And so I would just say that and leave you with that, because I think y'all are doing a great job. Thanks.
Anybody else have any questions or anything to add?
Yeah, John, I just have one question. I noticed Friday, we have the attainable housing workshop. And I'm just hoping that we have some cross pollination of the group in here sitting in that workshop, because I was watching a session last week and I heard some comments made about moving along with attainable housing, but some of the thoughts from the group in the room weren't really protecting the environment in their verbiage, and I was quite alarmed. So we need to make sure. Are we gonna have some folks from this panel maybe at the 11 o'clock session?
I don't
Friday?
know. Yeah, I mean, that's the hope. The hope
Yeah.
is that we'll have at least participants as part of, whether it's branch members or, you know, James is a branch member. I think Maya's a branch member. And so obviously they can attend and participate as a branch member to help facilitate that cross pollination. And then behind the scenes, we're making sure obviously all of this is cross pollinated as well.
Thank you.
And that's how the plan will be built out is how it will address multiple priorities from multiple branches. Anything else? Great. With that, we will turn it over to public comment. If there is any, I see we have a few folks participating. I'll have to bring you the mic if you want to say anything. So if you would like from the public, raise your hand and I will bring you the microphone. Just state your name. And we do have limited time for public comment. Seeing none. All right. With that, thank you very much for your time. And I hope to see some of you in the next two as well. We have sort of a few housekeeping items. This is being streamed live and recorded. So that is why the branch members who are sitting here and the panelists all have microphones. So when you do speak, please push the button so your light turns to green. That way everybody on Zoom can hear you. This microphone and the panelist microphones will come back out on the speakers in here, but the ones at the branch table will not. So if the green light's on, the public can hear you generally. At the end, we do have public comment. It is limited to a total of 15 minutes. So we have time for that at the end. These are publicly noticed workshops. And this is all part of workshop week related to the Recovery Task Force. So today is about critical infrastructure. There is one more today. For those of you who are interested in the critical infrastructure workshop on power, it is rescheduled for June 21st in the afternoon, I believe, in the time frame of 2 to 5 in that time frame, in that window. It has been rescheduled to then, and it will also be held here. So outside of that, the schedule is as planned. So before we get too far, Alani, can you click into the deck for me, please? Want to do some quick introductions. So we're going to start at the end for our panel here, and so push the button so the light turns green. Organization name and organization, and then we'll get into it.
Don Scott with the Lee County MPO.
Dominic Dorelli with Lee County Transit.
Ben Avis with Lee County Public Safety.
Mike Sprayberry, Senior Advisor for Emergency Management for Haggerty Consulting.
Tessa Lesage with Collaboratory.
Great. And then we have a number of our Haggerty support partners here, as well as a number of branch members from, I think I see at least 4 branches represented here, which is really nice to see. So we're going to have this workshop sort of broken into 3 segments. So we're going to go a little bit of why we're here for those that don't fully know what the Recovery Task Force is, and overarching what the workshops are, and what we're trying to achieve out of these workshops. And then we'll go into some guided back and forth question and answer. The really great thing, one of the really great things with our partners from Haggerty is they bring outside expertise. So there will be some back and forth dialogue that we will have, and the branch members, we do want you to participate if you have questions for the panel. So real quick, the Recovery Task Force is those of you that are aware, follows the FEMA framework. And so after Hurricane Ian, the Board of County Commissioners organized the Recovery Task Force. It's chaired by Commissioner Kevin Ruane. And then there's a representative from each of the elected entities in Lee County that make up the 13-member task force. And so these are, this is the membership for the task force. It's made up of 8 different branches. So you have planning and capacity, which is really looking at the overall view of the county as a whole. You have economic recovery based on how the business community responds, education and workforce, health and social services, infrastructure, which is a critical part of this conversation. Ryan Carter, who's here, is the lead for that branch. Housing, all day Friday, for anybody that wants to talk about housing for a whole day. Natural resources, and then cultural resources. And we've been on a really aggressive timeline. So we got started in February, early March, and we just completed the community engagement piece, which was really the branches were meeting on a monthly basis, and we were starting to collect all of the information to really start to inform what the priorities are and what those initiatives will be in the recovery and resilience plan. So we are driving towards a December 5th vote. Is it 5th or 7th? It's 5th. Okay. Board of County Commissioner meeting where they will vote on the plan. So we are really in this developing initiatives and true priorities of what those action steps will be in that plan for the long-term recovery of our community. And so that is where we are. You can kind of see where we are on that time frame. This will go back out to the public for review in the fall, late summer, early fall. And then ultimately it goes back to the board. for a vote. So this is all publicly noticed, as are all of the branch meetings and the Recovery Task Force, which meets the fourth Friday of every single month. So a little snapshot of the community engagement. So it's been very important that the community participate in the process. We've held 15 town halls, and those were completed throughout the community at the neighborhood level. We did 2 virtual town halls. So between the town halls, they were both in English and Spanish options. Numerous mentions in media articles. Some of you who might have participated in some of the branch meetings, or some of you might have been interviewed by the media. It's really trying to make this a community effort, a community plan. We've had over 1,000 people participate in those town halls, and then as of today, and hopefully it's over 5,000 by now, but we've had more than 4,900 participants take the survey, which is still available online. So please share it with folks at resiliently.com. You can fill that survey out still. And then back towards the end of March, we held across the entire 5-county region on the table. And then folks participating in Lee County, they had a series of questions prioritized to the long-term recovery for Lee County related to Hurricane Ian. And so a little over 1,000 surveys and data points from that process as well. So the workshops, so these are scheduled. So there, as I shared, there are 4 this week, or 4 days this week. These are the 4 themes. So today's all about critical infrastructure. Tomorrow, there is not one tomorrow. Wednesday is about supporting business and workforce. Thursday is all about community resilience. And then Friday is all about housing. And so really prioritizing, and all of these overlap all 8 branches. And so just because it's infrastructure is not just focused on what the infrastructure branch has been talking about, it's how it connects across all of the other priorities. And so really what we're hoping to accomplish today is start to get to solutions. So what are the solutions and the steps we need to take for our community to be more resilient in the long term? Branch members can attend any workshop. They're streamed online. They're also being recorded. Did we click record this time? Perfect. So they will be available for folks that could not participate to be able to see, watch later, or go back and catch things that they may have missed. And so this one is all about transportation. So this is the second workshop today. So we have 3 today. This one's all about how to best ensure resilient, supportive physical infrastructure, specifically related to roads, highways, fuel, and transportation. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike to ask a couple questions. Tessa first.
And Mike, we have a panel member on Zoom as well. So Laura, I don't know, can you unmute and introduce yourself?
Yeah, Laura Dodd. I'm the principal transportation planner for the city of Cape Coral.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Tessa. Again, my name's Mike Sprayberry. So you can see the key questions up there. And I just asked the panel, what type of transportation infrastructure components should be prioritized for innovations and new technologies throughout the county. Any idea, any thoughts on that?
Yeah, one of the things I think we should be addressing is the, and I know they tried to go after some grant opportunities previously, but where the signals are more adaptive and for emergency response, it can change the time, essentially add seconds. It's different than like an Opticon that totally takes it out. It also helps transit where you could essentially add seconds to based on a bus being behind time, that kind of stuff. And it obviously would help before the hurricane, after, hard to tell, but for emergency response, transit movement, everything else would be beneficial.
What kind of assessment tool do you use to determine what kind of innovations are needed? Or I know the Federal Highway Administration has some tools for that. Do y'all use anything like that in Lee County?
I don't know.
Ben?
Yeah, I'm not familiar with specifically those tools. I know, we've pulled some metrics, and to that point, I appreciate that idea. That's something that we've explored for probably 5-6 years now. It was very early new technology. And as we started to explore that, it was a little I think we were thinking a little ahead of the technology when we first started to go down that path. But now that technology is used in a couple of large cities, and it could be adapted to the community here. And it was also very cost prohibitive when we first explored it. Now that cost has come down because we have been able to progressively replace some of the other system components that would need to be upgraded. So I think that is one aspect that we can look at. But the big metric outside of the emergency vehicles is the time for the system to normalize. So when an emergency vehicle goes through an intersection and preempts that signal, the current system takes an extended and prolonged period of time to be able to get back into coordination. And I'm not a DOT guy, so I'm gonna look down the table to make sure I'm using the terms correctly. But a lot of times those signals will remain out of coordination for a very long period of time. And typically in season, they may not get into coordination until well after rush hour, where this technology is more adaptive and it wouldn't cause the traffic disruptions while still assisting transit buses, emergency vehicles to be able to move through the roadway network.
Does the county and the municipalities, do they work together in looking at how the transportation systems might need to be innovated in a synchronized and coordinated manner?
I don't know if you want
Don
to take that, Don.
or anybody?
This is Laura Dodd with the City of Cape Coral. I'm not sure if Lee County wants to address this first before I speak on the matter.
Oh, go ahead, Laura.
So the city has reached out to the county to start collaborating to ensure that we are looking forward into the future of what these innovative technologies can provide. It is a moving target to try and find a solid solution. So to answer your question, we are working together, but have not established any one set solution.
I think that's a good answer, because for these new innovations in the different jurisdictions, it's pretty difficult to coordinate those in a unified manner very quickly, but you got to start, right? And so, and now is an excellent time to do that. Sir, did you have anything you wanted to add?
No, I think that, we're still trying to figure out not only the cost of everything, but also we haven't even connected all the signals that were originally going to be connected to the, fiber and stuff. So there's a lot to be done.
All right, thank you. What planned or potential transportation projects would most improve the resilience of the area to disaster? Any thoughts on that, Don?
Well, timing's everything. FDOT just put out a resiliency action plan, and they have a list of projects on there. Obviously, one of the things that's identified in there is the bridge structures themselves were, for the most part, fine. It was the approaches. So a lot of work needs to be done. And I think the county had identified 9 different bridges. And in here, I think there's 3 from the state side of it, where you need to look at, sheet pile and other things like that at the approaches that got washed away.
Ben?
No, I think that report really identifies it. From our understanding, the bridges themselves were intact. It was the approaches, it was the causeway islands, it was other components. It wasn't the bridge structures themselves for the most part. So, finding ways to make those approaches more resilient and strengthening them is a priority for the county.
Thanks. Yes, ma'am. Maya? We can just grab a mic and turn it on.
Good morning, Maya Roberts, City of Cape Coral Environmental Resource Manager. One thing I was wondering was, as we might repair bridges, as we might replace bridges, and given that anyways, there would be a environmental permitting process, and we have dire needs for water quality, environmental, and access to environmental resource from the community. Can we think about incorporating early on within the design phase nature-based solution that would make those structures more resilient? Especially, I'm thinking about incorporating oyster reef within the design, whether there's several options out there, several things that have been, built in other states. And maybe, incorporating access using those bridge structure for fishing, for recreation. But I was especially thinking about, the pilings and the approach to the bridge, maybe, combining nature base and that might be beneficial, especially since we're looking at extra additional funding that is coming.
Right. Any comments on that from the panel?
I think one thing that I would just say, and I think that's a great point. I kind of view the recovery process in kind of three phases. We had the initial short-term fixes to get, some of those structures shored up so that they could accommodate transportation and getting people to and from islands. And then we have some of the more medium and long-term projects to be able to really restore, again, those run-ups to the bridges and some of the other critical infrastructure, make sure that those are hardened. But then we have, again, as you alluded to, the longer-term picture of, are there other resources, other things that we can do that not only make those, whether it's the bridges themselves, the approaches, the causeway islands, any of those components more resilient, but also provide other features, like you mentioned, the reefs, the recreational opportunities, all of those things that can go into not only making them more resilient, but also making them usable in some way.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments on these questions? Right. More people are choosing to live in this region and some areas are densifying. Are there any opportunities to improve resilience in key areas that will also better prepare the area for growth? And I think what that means is in our transportation infrastructure, as more and more people come to this area, are we keeping up with that with our transportation system? I can tell you that in North Carolina, we aren't. We're doing our best to do that, but it's very difficult. And so where I live, a lot of times they think that the answer to making the system better is just widening roads, and it's a lot more than that, right? So it's got to be a holistic approach to, how you execute your transportation upgrade. Some of the things we've been doing is lifting the interstates because they got flooded out during our recent hurricanes. But what types of thoughts do you have on that, on your transportation system? What are y'all doing to improve it?
There are projects planned, but like you said, we can't widen everything. And unfortunately, I say timing, I just got the revenue estimates from FDOT this morning as well. And when I look at that, it's much lower than last time around. So we're going to have funding issues moving forward. So some of the things I would point to that's come up previously, like Lehigh Acres, for instance, if the nearest Home Depot is 12 miles away, and this comes up because I was at a speaking event and I was talking about some services that need to be in the area. And they said, oh, we got a nice 12-mile drive to do it. Well, if you look at the basis of an impact fee, that's probably about 2 times what the impact fee assumes that trip is. So there are things that I think from they've had issues of putting development out there from a shared stormwater impact standpoint and being able to put land together for that. Obviously, more commercial, industrial in the area, plus jobs helps us a lot, because as much as I know everybody knows what getting in and out of Cape Coral is for peak hours, Lehigh might be worse in the future. So.
Absolutely. Where I live I live on a barrier island. Okay. Don't tell all the folks back in North Carolina it's not a good look for an ex-emergency manager. Okay. So Laura, you can speak now.
Thank you. So Cape Coral is currently underway with their multimodal transportation master plan. And I think an important facet in considering the densification of certain areas and the resilience is providing for options for other modal choices, even if it's just a connection to another segment in the transportation network. I think creating infrastructure that has redundancies is important.
Thanks, Laura. Any comments, sir? I see you have your mic turned on.
I think one other, to that point, the Alico extension, or the Alico connection would be the first new road constructed to link Lehigh to the rest of the community in decades. And, those are the types of projects. The Three Oaks extension is another one where we're actually, instead of just widening roads, now we have on our plan the connections that make those, will take some stress off of the other roads, but also create different community connections. So I think those are important projects that are on the roadmap. Again, the question is, funding and how will those get done?
So Dominic, I'm curious what your thoughts are on this from a public transportation option, because I think thinking in a silo of only automobiles is gonna kind of keep us in the mode that we're in right now. So what are your thoughts?
So I'll take a couple of steps back when we were talking about traffic signal prioritization. When we're talking about how the emergency vehicles could get priority as well as transit buses. So that's a project that's actually active right now. We are in the middle of the procurement stage with FDOT to get the equipment along US 41 from North Fort Myers at Stockton Road all the way to Airport Road by Page Field. That's going to allow for traffic signal priority for the transit buses for that corridor of US 41. Just wanted to let you guys know that there is some of that technology that's out there, and it's actually going to be installed probably sometime in the first quarter of next year. That's kind of what the timeline looks like. So that technology actually is there and it will be utilized. When it comes to like we're saying about some of the reasons, the best thing to do is to widen the road, make it wider and whatnot. One of the things you think about when you're widening a road is, well, what will widening that road do to help with multimodal transportation? Well, is there such a thing as a bus lane anywhere in Lee County now? Not really. There's one on the Matanzas Pass Bridge, and that's about it. And it's actually going away at some point. So there's that. There's a lot of different pieces of infrastructure for transit that can make people get around just as well as they can in their car. It's just a matter of making those areas attractive and convenient. And we can do that through the development plan review that we do now with Lee County and several of the municipalities, but not all of them. So there's definitely some opportunity there for us to really work and collaborate with all of the different municipalities and cities here to really make the road work when it happens more friendly. We already work very closely with LDOT and FDOT on road projects to incorporate wherever we can any improvements to busing. And that's just an ongoing process that we do. But in some areas, if it's not a state road or a county road where any kind of work is being done, we don't even see plan review at all of what's going on to enable any improvements to the transit infrastructure.
Dominic, on the mass transportation side of things, what would it take to financially access the whole county with mass transit? Is there any calculation or any dollar amount that it would be required to set that up?
I don't think anyone's done the math on that because it would be quite extravagant at this point where we are today. But I mean, it is something that could be done as work is being done and infrastructure improvements are made. It obviously could be incorporated into that. And a lot of the times, like I was saying, like FDOT, when they're doing improvements, they do make improvements for us. Same thing with LDOT. When we just did Estero Parkway at Fort Myers Beach, we, they incorporated several pull-offs for buses and new landing pads for bus stops and all kinds of things like that. So when you have an attractive and accessible access to transit, it helps and bring people to that.
One more thing on that. So we can't put transit everywhere, maybe. But what are some of the other ways that we can make transit more accessible to folks that are living out further? Are there solutions that you're aware of that we don't have now that could potentially be implemented?
Well, we do, we're almost finished with our South Fort Myers Transfer Center that's across the street from the bell tower. So that's going to be a nice infrastructure amenitized area for passengers. Our next project, which goes into construction bid now, is for Lehigh Acres. So that'll be on Williams Road, just off of Lee Boulevard. So we'll have another hub there that will connect potentially Lehigh Acres to Fort Myers. And at some point, we do see the plan of Lehigh Acres going south towards even Immokalee. So we're looking at making connections there that are somewhat regional as well as within Lee County. So there's some opportunities that we have there.
Have you seen ridership go up as you've made these improvements?
Well, unfortunately, since COVID, it's been kind of a rocky road. And of course, with the hurricane, we were on a 25% trend up from COVID before the hurricane hit the top of our fiscal year. And unfortunately, we'll probably be down 25% due to that.
Roger.
Dawn, did you?
I was going to touch on the mobility on demand. Because there are certain areas I don't ever see having transit buses go everywhere. And I think there's a question later on, but so mobility on demand in Benita has been pretty popular. I think there's probably, Cape Coral kind of makes some sense from that standpoint. But in addition to that, the one thing that's been, FDOT has been funding the van pool program. I don't know how long that's going to continue, but that is showing we not only have more people per van than some of the areas like Tampa, even though we don't have as many vans, let's put it that way. But that actually helps the transit funding in the end because it, what is it, the NTD, it gets reported back, shows more trips. They're usually longer trips. And so that helps funding from that side too. Now, it doesn't make money. None of it really does, but if that is helpful too, when you start talking about some of these areas and being able to put some people together for a van pool.
Have y'all ever used your transit system for evacuation?
Yes, we do use the transit system for evacuation. All of our routes generally run to any of our transfer stations or any of our park and rides. And from there, we have a bus that will take them to shelters.
Thanks.
So can I ask one more question?
Sure.
This is important from my perspective on, so I sit on the housing branch, is when we're trying to calculate affordable housing, if 10 to 15% of our costs are in transportation, if you can't solve your problems, we can't solve ours. Like they go hand in hand. So I'm curious if there's any better studies on bike and bus pairing. How do we work within those pieces so that we have more forms of access and facilities to make those happen?
Well, I can say, mixed use areas are very favorable to bike, pedestrian, transit. One of the projects with Midtown now that's going to be happening will be surrounded by the Rosa Parks Transfer Center, which of course all of our buses allow for bicycles. So you have that opportunity when you're doing multimodal planning like that, and you've got a development area that's going to be like that, and you have the ability to get to transit. So you could come to downtown Fort Myers from Cape Coral with your bicycle. You can do all that Midtown kind of stuff, and then you can get back on a bus and go back to Cape Coral. So that type of development is very, very positive for transit as well as for bike pedestrian.
Laura, do you still have a question?
No, I was just going to second what Dawn said in support of mobility on demand as being a pragmatic approach to get an individual who would not generally take transit every day to get them to utilize microtransit to get to another supporting network location like a mobility hub. So I just wanted to agree with Dawn on that.
Thank you. Sure.
I have actually two questions. The first question is going back to the bridges and the roadways. Is there any sensor technology that's being used today that reports on the volume of traffic, or if a bridge has a crack, or if there's something wrong with a bridge that's reporting back to FDOT or the county?
Yes. Is this thing on? Yes, we have sensors on the bridges. They do a number of different things. We have sensors all over the county, quite frankly. Our traffic signal system actually responds to the flow of traffic and adjusts the signal timings based on traffic flow in most cases.
That's great. Thank you. My second question is related to kind of the mobility and some of the higher density areas. Are there express lanes that are being looked at? And ultimately, if you look at some of the larger cities, the express lanes tend to end in a certain, like say a downtown area, and then there's bike share programs that people have access to bikes, so you're not using your own bike. I'm just curious if the city has looked in, or the county has looked in any of those express lanes or bike share programs.
So the I-75, they have looked at what you would call express lanes, separated lanes in the middle part of the county, but not in the south part of the county because there's too many local trips essentially getting off the interchanges. That's one of the problems we have with our interstate is there's too many local trips on it. Outside of that, we've had some, I guess we've had some looking at like transit only lanes in some parts, but didn't get very far with that. Outside of that, I don't think there's any other options like that.
Maya, did you have go ahead.
I was just going to ask, a lot of people in the younger generations like to, jump on a bike, take it to down the street, the last mile and drop the bike there and go to work and do whatever they do. Is that anything that the city has looked at yet? Like a city bike in New York, or, there's models all over the country that are using that.
This is Laura Dodd, Cape Coral. So as part of our multimodal plan, we are incorporating a micromobility component that considers e-bikes as well as other bike share programs in some of these denser locations where we have mixed uses to start leveraging people utilizing alternative mobility options.
So I just out of curiosity though, when it comes to bicycles and walking, you have to have the safe infrastructure for people to be able to do that. So I'm curious if there's any thoughts about solutions that when it comes to bike ped infrastructure.
So the county definitely incorporates bike paths, shared use paths where possible. We're trying to, in every one of our road projects, to address not just adding vehicular capacity, but also adding capacity for multimodal improvements. But there is a safety concern with some of these micromobility options that a lot of the big cities are starting to have. And some of them are starting to restrict the use of those types of devices in the big cities. So it's something the county has been kind of paying attention to as a practice to see how it plays out. And I think some legislative things might happen that might change how legal those types of facilities are.
So thank you for that. And that's good to know. I want to ask though, in terms of solutions, we mentioned we only have one dedicated bus lane and then thinking about solutions that could be viable for bikes, to help with the transit system, to help folks get around in short distances. We know that it's like $9,000 a year to own and operate a car. So it's unrealistic with some of our workforce challenges that people can afford that. Are you aware of any solutions as funds come in that we should be looking at, that the branch members should be thinking about in their priorities for this, complementary transportation system that could add some transportation choices?
It's a tough question to answer. Obviously, there's a railroad right of way that's extremely expensive to. I know there's been a shared use pathway that's been proposed by the state and the MPO. They've been looking at different aspects of that railroad right of way. Maybe that's part of the solution. It's going to be extremely costly. I'm not sure that the county would ever have the means to make that happen. But getting some sort of increased transit viability through design of the comp plan, through maybe a facility like that, that could have a major impact. But from a roadway perspective, we're kind of limited on how much additional right of way we have.
So what are some of the design solutions that are a possibility?
Yeah, I would say, obviously you would want to have increased mixed use, increased density, increased intensities. You'd want to cite your commercial developments in residential areas. You would want your residential to go higher. So you're trying to, attract less traffic. Right now, if you're out east, you're having to drive, a good distance to get services and goods. You want to see, services that are provided that can try to help keep people closer to home.
So density and mixed use actually reduces traffic?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. The more you provide.
It's just better when you say it than when I say it.
So Tessa, I just want to jump in. So I think density in particular locations is good, but sprawl is not good. So when we spread development across the landscape and then we have high density in areas, that's not a good thing. So just so we're all on the same page, having areas where we have high density, maybe some natural areas in between, that's a good thing. But sprawl and developed area everywhere is a bad thing.
And this is why the branches are all interconnected, and so are these workshops. So this morning we were talking about being strategic about how we protect our natural resources, and that natural resources are critical infrastructure. So they need to be considered when we're doing the transportation and community planning.
And we talked about the connectivity.
And it's all interconnected.
Thanks. I just wanted to highlight, going back to the bridges. If you remember, like the couple weeks after the storm, most of the support we were getting from the state, or most of the focus was like, how do we get the Sanibel Bridge? How do we get the Matlacha Bridge back open? And I'm on Natural Resources branch, and I think both of those projects, specifically, if you look at the attachment points to land where they failed, you have a huge opportunity now to fix both of them. I mean, that Matlacha Bridge, all those properties east of the bridge, that should all be a bridge as well. The Matlacha Pass has seen significant environmental degradation. I used to fish in there all the time, and that place is destroyed just from lack of flow and all that runoff coming from Cape Coral that's going into it now. I think there's an opportunity to expand that one. The Causeway Islands to the Sanibel Causeway, they're going to fail. It's just, it's just a matter of how big of a storm it's going to take. I mean, you can't engineer an island in the middle of a natural pass like that and expect that it's going to survive a significant storm. So I think to look at both of those projects, and I also was talking to people and meeting people in the days after the storm that were stuck on both of those islands. And it was a horrific experience for a lot of them. To invest significantly in both of those, you have huge natural resource benefits that you can get out of it. Matlacha Pass Bridge is a bottleneck in the whole pass. The Causeway Islands are the same thing. If you get both of those fixed right, the next hurricane that we have here, imagine that if all the resource that was going to how do we get this bridge back together, if we could have applied that towards everybody else in the community that needed it. And, I think a lot of this stuff is really important, but with those two things specifically, I mean, those were the things that were making national news every day after the storm. And those were really our big, in my opinion, our big infrastructure failures. And there's a big opportunity to get a lot of natural resource benefit for everybody in this area on a daily basis. I think if those projects, if you could eliminate those Causeway Islands, expand the Matlacha, put more bridge in there for better flow, it's going to give you more resilience in a storm and benefit every other day.
Are we headed that direction right now with those bridges? Nope.
Causeway Islands, so that they won't wash away in the next storm. The state's already driving sheet piling to help restore the right of way in those areas. And then they're going to also fortify the approaches, which is what, really you could see visually that failed, is the approach slabs. Basically all the material underneath those slabs got washed away. And so now they're going to provide mechanical protection on the outsides of those approach slabs so that they aren't subjected to wave action and significant wave action. So, unfortunately, we're not going to have a brand new bridge all the way from Fort Myers to Sanibel and all the way through Matlacha. We're limited as to what we can do from a standpoint of building in resiliency. Federal Highway is scrutinizing the amount of resiliency measures that we're putting in those locations, and the state is overseeing those projects with a lot of input from the county.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I just wanted to add, so I brought this up during the natural resources discussion, the previous panel discussion, but I do think that we need to be doing cost benefit analyses on all of these projects. I mean, if we look at the benefit of replacing the Sanibel Causeway with an elevated bridge from a hydrological standpoint, from an ecosystem standpoint, it would probably way outweigh the benefit of, or the, just doing it as we've done in the past. So I just think that a lot of these projects need to go through a full cost benefit analysis to figure out where they benefit different parts of the system.
Yes, ma'am.
And if I may add to that, as the natural resources intersect with the infrastructure, the built environment, it would make sense to also cross-pollinate those cost benefit analysis so that we can do more smarter and where there's limited dollars for the county, leveraging those additional dollars that we're anticipating in order to supplement some of those projects. For the panel, can you bring us up to speed on any of the if there's planning underway for a regional approach to connecting the different grids, the different municipalities, as each has their own plan, one, and then two, is there, where are we and will there be any plan for light rail as we're considering what could be for our community?
So that's where the MPO comes in because it's a regional look at all the improvements in transportation across all the municipalities and the unincorporated county and our neighbors to the north and south. That's where that comes in. Passenger rail might be something that's closer in the future when you start looking at Brightline, for instance. The state had done an update on their whole plan in the southeast portion of, I can't remember the group, but it's like southeast states essentially, had shown down, pretty much coming down the right away that there's a portion, don't look at like Clusatchee Bridge at I-75, but there's a portion that's set aside for transit envelope on I-75. So that's probably one of the better chances for passenger rail at this point.
Thanks, Don. Any other questions from the branch or any other comments from the panel?
If I may follow up also
Yes,
as
ma'am.
it pertains to multimodal, where can you offer an update on complete streets and how that is being implemented?
So each of the areas are including by either a multi-use pathway or something like a paved shoulder or a bike lane with sidewalks, for instance. FDOT has kind of looked at it different over the last couple of years. They used to have just bike lanes and say a sidewalk. Now the 78 project they just presented on has a 12-foot pathway on each side of the road. The 31 does. So they're looking at more of having a multi-use separated facility.
Thank you. Maya?
I just have a question. We've talked, I mean, we are in the big framework of resiliency, and we talked about vulnerability assessment, and I'm sure the incorporation of transportation within, vulnerability assessment countywide. And so I have two questions. I wanted to see if transportation is taking into consideration adapting and respecting what we've talked about, which are, floodways, connected wetlands, connected natural resources. Is that part of determination that you make when you do some large scale planning? And my second question is, as we are looking at, affordable housing and building, are you looking at multimodal incorporation of those specific targets for those areas, especially if we are getting grant funded affordable housing and things like that?
So I'll address your first question with regards to natural resources and flowways and how they affect road projects. I mean, obviously, we have to get permits to build roads and widen roads. So we're getting Army Corps, ERP, through DEP, whatever permits that are required for us to build the various projects that we're doing. We're getting those projects. We coordinate with our natural resources department on all of our projects. And we certainly don't want to build a road that's going to come in and make flooding a problem for the neighborhoods that the road's going through. I'll give you an example on the Alico extension. Natural Resources has a project to enhance the swales along the west side of Alico Road, where it's the north-south portion of Alico Road, to take it down to Corkscrew. We're in the process of widening Corkscrew Road, and we have the next phase design that includes crossover pipes under Corkscrew Road that will receive that natural resources flow and send it down to the wetlands to the south where it's able to flow. We're also putting wildlife underpasses on the Alico extension that will tie into that drainage system. So we look at these things globally on all of our projects to make sure that we're enhancing, at least not making worse a flooding situation. We get a lot of complaining, obviously, when we build roads, and when we have public workshops, these folks come to talk to us, and we want to be clear and upfront with them and address their flooding concerns as much as we possibly can with the project.
So Dom, you want to talk a little bit about transit and how that might be coordinated with affordable housing?
Sure. So I think I brushed a little bit earlier on the fact that not all the land development codes across the county match up, all the different municipalities, cities and whatnot. So one of the things is, as development goes through, as road work takes place, whichever it might be, one of the important things is to have a shared land development code with a transit piece to it that's countywide. And right now it's not. So we like I said earlier, there are certain cities and municipalities that go to us for review and concurrency, and then there are some that don't. So when you have a large multifamily 500 unit complex that's going up, and it's not in an area that we're normally getting plan review for, our land development code in Lee County requires a lot of things to happen there. We would require that developer to put in a 5x30 pad, a bicycle rack, a sign, a shelter with trash can, stuff like that, and also a pull-off that's actually part of the right of way. So there's a lot of things that go into play when large development like that would come through. So that's just a piece of it. And if we had all of the municipalities, towns, et cetera, that are here, cities, to share that same land development code, would be ideal for us all. It would definitely help promote the use of transit, but like I said, something that's easily accessible and looks attractive to the passenger, they'll use it.
All circles back to interagency coordination. All right, understanding that transportation can be severely impacted by a storm, what can this region do to ensure emergency repairs can be made as quickly as possible? So Don, you want to start with that, or your partner?
So one thing the county is doing as a part of the damage assessment process requires that we do extensive amounts of detailed analysis of what happened at each intersection in order for us to get federal approval to move forward with repairs. So we can learn a lot from that information, and we've already started compiling information from our damage assessments just to kind of see what we can learn from the damages. And one thing that's jumped out at us is we had significantly more damage at intersections that were span wires, box spans, as opposed to the mast arm intersections. The cost of the improvements was significantly higher at the box spans and span wire intersections. So we put a project forward through the CDBG process. We're going to propose putting additional projects forward to retrofit older mast arm and older strain pole intersections to mast arms and build to the newest standards. There's some mast arms that we're maintaining that are over 30 years old that are outdated. They don't meet current day wind load standards. So we need to really focus on getting our signal system hardened from that perspective. And I mean, there's some things that we just simply can't address. Storm surge is going to take out a traffic signal cabinet. We could elevate the signal cabinet 8 to 10 feet, but on Fort Myers Beach, it still would have taken salt water, you know? So there's some things that we just can't overcome, but we're going to do everything we can to harden our structures so that the signals don't all fall to the ground.
You feel pretty comfortable you got out there and did your assessments in a timely manner and got all that squared away?
Could it have gone faster? I mean, sure, everyone can do better. We're looking at how we can improve in the future. One of the biggest things for us is, you know, we don't have pre-positioned federalized contracts that we could pull from to get contractors out there doing damage assessments. So we line those contracts up really fast. We took existing continuing contracts, federalized them after the fact, got contractors on board within a matter of 2 weeks. We were doing damage assessments. Unfortunately, Federal Highway's telling us they're not going to reimburse us for those efforts. So one of the things that I've got our team challenged with is we need to get pre-positioned contracts that are in place that we can just pull from as soon as a storm happens. And we got a team of people to come in and help us do damage assessments. I mean, our staff is capable of doing some of those as well, but you know, working with the state wants to maintain their own signals after a hurricane. We have our own, we're stepping up and doing all the cities. There's just a lot of back and forth that you have to go through. And yeah, I mean, we're looking at everything as to how we could make it faster. It's definitely weighing on me that it's taken us 8 months to get Federal Highways approval. We just finally got 2 weeks ago.
Well, I appreciate you sharing that with us. And I can tell you from personal experience that pre-positioned contracts are the way to go. Have them on the shelf and then execute as soon as the storm passes or even before the storm passes. And you got them in got them on the ground and they're doing what they need to do.
Yeah, the only issue really with them is, you know, we're gonna do a contract for a contractor, a pre-positioned federalized contract for a contractor to come in and help us do repairs and do the emergency repairs. There's not a lot of contractors who want to get on one of those contracts. So, you know, we may be beholden to a contractor. The prices may be a lot higher than we want to pay because there's just no guarantee of what level of work they're going to have or any work, you know, so we're basically locking them down for all the hurricane season without any knowledge of whether they're going to be needed. So we pay a lot more for that. You pay a premium. We're going to have to look at fluctuating the costs a lot on all the different items, bid items, but it's just tough to find a contractor to do that type of work.
Stephanie.
Zooming out from transportation infrastructure as it pertains primarily to what you're describing with the damage assessments specific to your area. Early on within the Emergency Operations Center, there were damage assessments. So can we get a higher level of where there are assessments and where there are not, where there are gaps, and if there's any interconnection between to create a more comprehensive approach for assessments?
That's a good question. So there's a couple of phases that we go through within the Emergency Operations Center. The first is what we call the FIDA, the First Impression Damage Assessment, which is kind of the first look of what is out there in the community. And it's not going to get into a lot of granularity beyond this road is impassable, this is where there's power lines down, this is where power is out, this is where power is located. And that is really the first 24 to 48 hours. We try and do the entire county and get a good look. We had most of that in by mid to late Thursday after Ian. And that gives us an idea of exactly where the damages are, where our focus needs to be. The second phase of that is a more detailed damage assessment, and it occurs on a couple of different levels, but it's primarily dealing with structures so that we can establish what the value loss is and how that may contribute towards a federal threshold for qualifying for additional Stafford Act funding. And so not only does it inform, our processes and give us the information to be able to say, the scale and the scope of what we're dealing with and how we're going to have to staff or maybe strategize how we're going to do further analysis, further inspections, further surveys. But it also helps to then inform community development processes, DOT, a number of these other areas. I think the third thing that is kind of gets back into what Rob was speaking about is the actual inspection, the specific inspections necessary for whether it's the category B emergency protective actions or the permanent work, and the degree of detail that is necessary to satisfy those inspections, whether it's FHWA, whether it is FEMA, whatever it is. There is a considerable amount of paperwork that goes into fixing a traffic signal. There is a considerable amount of paperwork that goes into repairing a roof ripped off of a critical building. And so, yes, we can absolutely do emergency repairs to the greatest extent that we can do emergency repairs immediately after a storm. But we still have projects that are pending approval by FEMA for facilities that have had roofs removed following the storm. So there's a lot of different assessments and a lot of different surveys that go on. And it's really when, those first couple of days, we can do the initial assessments, but when you get into the amount of detail necessary, it becomes much more complicated. And it's a very specific discipline. For instance, somebody that is inspecting a private property is probably not the right person to inspect a traffic signal because they're going to have to be looking for very different things.
You're absolutely correct. And, the work that Rob is doing is permanent work. It takes a long time to get approved. And honestly, transportation projects traditionally take longer than most everything, long time. Bridges, roads, culverts, all that stuff. And so, well said, Ben.
You go to these federal highway, they put on these post storm, hey, how can we do better kind of things to teach you about the next storm. And they emphasize that they could care less about safety. And so, we're only allowed to put one traffic signal in each direction until this hurricane season. They changed it so we could actually put left turn heads up. They don't care about safety after a hurricane. They care about spending the least amount of money to get our signal system back to what it was. I'll give you an example. Detection cameras. They will not buy us new operating systems for our detection cameras because just because the camera you can't buy the same camera anymore. It's outdated. When two of them are broken, the other two are still functional. We're not going to buy you a new system. We'll only pay for the replacement of 2 cameras. Signal cabinets. We had 42 signal cabinets go underwater. Saltwater intrusion. In order to get those signals back up and running, we pressure wash the wiring. Water on electrical wires is not a good thing. So those are going to corrode and they're going to die. Federal Highway will not support replacing the signal cabinets right now until they physically die, because they are working today. We can't seek reimbursement for them. The county has purchased out of our own pockets additional signal cabinets in anticipation of that time happening, so that we're not sitting here with Del Prado Boulevard and Cape Coral Parkway dark for 5 days waiting for authorization from Federal Highway to go out and replace the signal cabinet when it dies, because it's going to die. So we are anticipating those things, but the red tape is significant, and it's hard to explain to people that just care about their way from home to work and back every day.
Rob's getting passionate now. And as well he should. It's some of the things that they ask you to do. They're only going to bring it up to the same standard that it was prior to the storm. They're not going to make it any better. That's just the way that it is. All right. Stephanie?
Just to follow up, I appreciate your candor and the passion and agree with you. I question why, if or why there doesn't appear to be some pathway to remove the barriers and the resistance given the federal disaster designation.
It varies. Most of it is aluminum. So yeah, I mean, it's definitely problematic when you take water into a signal cabinet. And there's nothing we can do to weatherproof them. They have to have openings for heat. Heat will fry a signal cabinet as well.
I can tell you that I do, Stephanie, I do believe that there's an appetite at FEMA to change the bureaucracy and to get better. I've seen the policies. You probably have too, Ben, and they're heading in I think what I would characterize as a positive direction. Well, the Federal Highway Administration, I can't speak to that. Rob can better.
I would just say they are very responsive. We've actually spoken to them. The FDOT has been really helpful in coordinating with Federal Highway Administration. I just think there's not a impetus on their part to shell out a bunch of money to help us. And they are shelling out a bunch of money to help us. Federal Highway is paying a lot. All the Sanibel repairs, all the Matt Lachey repairs, Federal Highway's paying 80% of all that. So I'm not trying to belittle their impact and what they're helping us do, but the timing is what really is frustrating. And we're trying to do everything on the county side to tighten up our part of it so that we can rely on Federal Highways, standard couple weeks long. They're also giving us, for instance, a shortened advertising window when we move forward with the signal improvements. So we are taking to the board tomorrow the LAP agreement for the signal repairs. We've asked Federal Highways if we can only advertise for 14 days instead of the typical 30 days. They have agreed, they've approved that. So, they're working with us to try to help expedite things, but there's just a lot of detail that you have to provide to get your DDIR approved.
Thank you. And I'll take advantage of their distraction. I know from the health system perspective, we were due in 2023 to complete our community health needs assessment, which seems quite moot after the landfall of such a significant catastrophe. And it took us probably 6 solid months of determination just to get some sort of agreement of a delay, and we were denied. We did learn through that process that we are the very first hospital/health system in the nation to have come due a community health needs assessment for the county amid a federal disaster.
Ben?
I think one point of clarification from the people that are here at the local FEMA center that is in Gateway, the local staff that's been boots on the ground with us since day one. Actually, they were on the ground with us Tuesday night and Wednesday before the storm struck. Through all of these agencies, this has been the greatest degree of cooperation and coordination. And whenever possible, staff at those federal agencies has gone above and beyond to identify how they can fast track or shortcut for the sake of a lack of a better word, but to identify how they can get things done for us and how they can help us get to those approvals. So it's not necessarily the individuals that are working with us here in the county or at the state or at the federal level. It really comes down to the larger policy level issues at the federal level and how those can be flexed. And not every disaster is the same. And so you're talking about the 5th largest storm in history. So it's going to have some impacts that are unique. But we would expect that at some point, there may be a storm that drops us down to 6th. And the issues that we're experiencing hopefully will yield some policy improvements at the federal level that will expedite help for those folks too.
Thanks for those comments, Ben. Last question, running out of time here. How can the region accelerate the development of a transportation system that manages congestion, enhances connectivity between modes, and improves the resiliency and reliability of the system, all while Rob is fixing the roads that have been destroyed from Ian? So we'll start with you, Don.
I think that kind of goes back to where we started out, we've talked about this before, the adaptive signal system and being able to do better with what we got, I guess, from that side of it, because we can't build in some places, and we're not going to be able to pay for a lot of what we might need to in the short term, let alone medium term. From a connectivity standpoint, obviously we talked about some of that with, I think you will see more micro mobility stuff out there, and that is going to cause other issues because some of these things can go 50 miles an hour. But you're already seeing it from that side of it, but that helps with first mile, last mile. I know it was brought up earlier about do we watch the affordable house? Yes, but everybody goes to meetings, the public meetings when they're doing it, and complains about traffic, about everything. And meanwhile, I can read documents from 30 years ago where they complained about traffic. So some of those things need to be done, even if it's, affordable housing where near jobs are, perfect from a transportation standpoint.
And so you've got a couple of documents right there with some analysis and recommendations, and maybe someday a price tag will be put on them, right? Or maybe a price tag's already on them.
There is a price tag, but I'll just bring up one of them. They talk about raising San Carlos Boulevard from Estero up to Summerlin Road. I don't know how high. I don't know much about it, and it says 70 million. So,
all right. Laura, do you have any comments on this question?
No, I just want to continue to emphasize that multimodal options do play a role in the evolution of transportation planning, because we're seeing a reduction in trip counts that is now measurable through some development submittals that are coming in that are mixed use, that are claiming a reduction. So it's no longer such a soft science anymore. It's not a proven fact. So I would just encourage the continuation of recommendations for planning for systems that are adaptive for multi-mobility options, but also flexible enough to incorporate future technologies.
Thanks, Laura. All right, Dom.
Well, I'll hit on the mixed use areas again and how favorable they are to, bike, ped, and transit. An example is what's being built at Merchants Crossing right now. That's a mixed use area that's being developed where the old Sears building was. So we're going to have 3 bus stops in that general area of that. One of them being one of our larger bus stops will be just below Applebee's. That developer has agreed to make the improvements there on the site of Merchants Crossing for us. So we'll have an extended area there for our passengers. So that's just one of the small things that makes a very large difference. And talking about the micro transit and maybe last mile, first mile type items, those are ideal. I mean, we know that Bonita Springs, we put the vehicles in Bonita Springs and we're doing twice the volume of passengers that we used to do on the bus that used to be in Bonita Springs. So does it get people from point A to point B much better from their door basically to their place? Yeah, it sure does. Does it cost more? Yeah, it sure does. So you got to see, there's give and take there sometimes too. But I think you'll see that, with our Lehigh launch that we just did, it's slowly inching up. Both of those areas last week had their best week ever for passenger counts. So it is something that people are using. So it is very popular. And I do think you'll see that more and more throughout the county.
And that's how you build it, one little step at a time here and there. And I think, you can't do everything all at once. Rob?
So the county has been making an effort over multiple years with the understanding of it costs a lot to widen roads, it costs a lot to build new roads. I mean, our tier one of our CIP is $1.4 billion. Those are like 10 years in projects. That's a lot of money. So how can we squeeze the most capacity out of our network using what we already have today? So we've really made a heavy investment in technology in our roadway network. Unfortunately, technology takes a beating when you have a hurricane like we had, but there's a project that Ben and I have been talking about with Lee-Tran over the last 3 or 4 years that with now that we have gotten almost all of our signals connected with fiber optic communication, we can build a project that will take our advanced traffic management system to the next level by creating handshake agreements with our public safety dispatch system and with our transit database. And so we can then, I don't know if anyone's ever experienced driving through 41 and Gladiolus and 6 Mile when an ambulance or a fire truck goes through. And Ben's people mess traffic up worse than anybody. Okay. So when that happens, it kicks the signal out of coordination. And if that happens at 5 p.m. in the afternoon, you can kiss it goodbye until 7. It is not going to get back in equilibrium until 7 p.m. when traffic dies down. So this system would eliminate preemptions at all of our intersections. It would allow us to roll out more areas of the county where we actually have ambulances and fire trucks that get priority at the intersections. It will also prioritize buses that are more than 10 minutes behind schedule or whatever minutes we want to assess. We can get the buses back on schedule by giving them some priority at the traffic signals. And it does it by making educated changes to the computers in the traffic signals to actually keep the signals coordinated. It's like the cost has gone down to about $2.5 million for us to move forward with this program. And it's something that as more communities are starting to roll it out, the cost is getting more affordable. And I think the counties we're getting close to being in that sweet spot of moving forward. It's another type of project that we've looked at putting forward, but stuff like that can make a big difference in our system. Whereas right now, South Trail Fire Department, Iona McGregor are the only 2 with preemption opportunities. And when we get a preemption in those areas during rush hour, signal system fails.
Well, what you're doing is you're looking over the hill, you're working together as a team. Stay tuned, right? Ben, you have any words for us?
As the public safety rep, I'd be remiss if I didn't take an opportunity while we talk about, multimodal to also talk about how that plays into disaster evacuation and response. And I just want to remind everybody the public transportation system provides free transportation to public shelters. As soon as we open public shelters, anybody can go to a Lee-Tran bus stop and get access to the public shelters. And we have a lot of other resources that are available to us. During this storm, we had Uber. It was also contributing some resources to be able to move people to where they needed to go to be safe. And again, I think this storm has really illustrated what we have preached since Hurricane Irma, which is you don't have to go hundreds of miles. You only have to go a few miles to be safe. So the idea of countywide clearance times or regional evacuation, we're thinking really less about that and more about where can you get someplace that is maybe 5 or 10 minutes away where you can be safe from storm surge and protected from wind. And those are really the key things that we want to stress for the community.
I like those points. All right, branch members, any comments or questions? Stephanie?
Thank you. And a sincere thank you to Lee-Tran for their additional assistance and also transporting discharged patients just after the storm. That was absolutely tremendous, particularly in those areas where roads were still closed. I question a little bit about how we can shift our mindset from your purview of moving cars to moving people. Are there, when you're preparing for these proposals and making determinations as to whether or not to pursue a particular program or initiative, are we considering population growth and projecting that outward as to define or determine which modality would be most efficient for the longer term solution?
So yes, there's a transportation model, and then essentially you have a future population. I think now it's about, I was going to say close to 1.2 million in 2045, 2050 timeframe, where you do have a transit part of that model, but unfortunately, it's probably not the best way to look at transit improvements because it's such a small percentage of all the trips out there. And you can look at the, when you look at the like OD data and stuff, and I just saw the statewide, it's like very small percent that it take transit. So it's better to look outside of the model than inside the model when you're looking at that.
Hey, Don, what would it take to make transit more well used? Or Dominic, I mean, like, I'm not going to use transit right now because the headway is way too long and I'm going to be, if an ambulance goes through the light, then I'm in trouble. But like, what would it take to make our transit a more viable solution without calculating the numbers based on how many people are using it now?
That gets to, I think, what was touched before of you want to get transit to be maybe not as fast as using your car, but fast, because like you said, when you look at it, you even look at the timeframes, the average transit person might be commuting for an hour where the average person commutes about 27 minutes, that type of thing. So you're trying to get it faster. So how do we get it faster? Now, obviously what Rob's touching on can at least speed it up within the corridor. But if we talk about in its own lane, a fixed guideway, we have to get the things to like BRT first, for instance, bus rapid transit. Like Dominic had touched on before, maybe a transit lane somewhere. And unfortunately, when that was raised before, the community didn't want to do it. So
I think Tessa just asked $1 million question. I mean, how do you get a culture to change? It's a cultural thing. I'm not going to ride a bus. I'm not.
I would 100% ride a bus. I grew up here and went to school in a place where my mom told me I couldn't take my car, and it was because it had a really good transportation system. And so I think there are people that won't ride a bus, but there are a lot of people
There
that
are.
will.
But I'm just saying, I've got 3 dogs and a family. I can't take 3 dogs on a bus. Maybe I could if you got one of those buses that takes pets, but as a matter of fact, when we evacuate, the dogs go first, not me. My wife is out the door with those. And so to me, it's a paradigm shift and culturally how we look at, mass transit. We've had the same issue in North Carolina. And so it's going to take some work. Other questions?
I think that's it. I think we're ready to close it out. So up here on the screen, if you have, and this is for branch members, if you would like to take a picture of this QR code, if you have suggestions based on what you've heard today or otherwise of things that you think should be included in our initiatives, like bus rapid transit, the timing of the signals, it's only $2 million away or something. Could we do that? What are some of the things that we heard about today or otherwise that we think should be part of the initiatives for transportation? Did everybody get it? Sorry, I changed it before, and any other questions or discussion before we wrap up? I'm gonna go to public comment here, but anything else here before I close this discussion? Okay, anyone from the public who would like to speak on this topic? No? Okay. All right. None? Okay, no pressure. All right, so that is it. I want to thank you all for joining us today. And thanks to our panel and to Mike for facilitating and to our branches for being so engaged and for the public for joining us today. Thank you.
That was just one thing, right? Like he said, there's the.
Ready, Harrison? All right. Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here for this infrastructure workshop. This is the third workshop of today. We started with natural resources this morning and then had a conversation about transportation, and then now we're going to have a conversation about water. My name is John Romine. I'm part of the team at Collaboratory, but also part of the support team for the Recovery Task Force. I'm going to touch on that in a little bit. But before we get started, Alani. We'll do some quick welcomes and introductions. So I want to start at the far end of the panel. So we have a panel and then we have branch members, but I'm going to start at the far end. Just a quick housekeeping note. Before you speak, please push the button so your light turns green. Yep, you got it. And that'll be true for the branch members and the conversation back and forth. This is being streamed live and recorded. So we want to make sure everybody can hear what everybody has to say. So we'll start at that end and work our way this way.
Thank you. Paul Klingen, City Cape Coral, Director of Capital Improvements.
Jeff Pearson, Utilities Director for the City of Cape Coral.
Pam Keys, Lee County Utilities Director.
Dave Kistel, Vice President, Lee Health.
Richard Moulton, Utilities Director, City of Fort Myers.
Vitesmi Alkakis, General Manager, the Greater Pine Island Water Association.
David Willems, Public Works Director, Village of Estero.
Andy Keeble, Director of Operations for Bonita Springs Utilities.
Mike Sprayberry. I'm the Senior Advisor for Emergency Management for Haggerty Consulting.
Great, thank you. And so we have a huge panel for this one, and we only have 90 minutes together. So we will have to make sure we share airspace today. And so one of the things that I do ask of all of you is if somebody's already sort of addressed a question, we don't need to necessarily double down on it just so we can get through the conversation. So real quick, for those who aren't aware of what the Recovery Task Force is, so it's based on the FEMA framework. It happens after disasters hit a community. And so the Board of County Commissioners unanimously appointed Kevin Ruane as the chair. And then you can see the membership of the task force made up by the additional 12 folks. So there's 13 members that are part of the task force representing the elected bodies within Lee County. There are 8 branches that make up the Recovery Task Force. So you have the Planning and Capacity Branch, which is really looking at the highest level. They're focusing on sort of policy, high level policy for the entire county, economic recovery, education and workforce, health and social services, infrastructure, which is what we're here for today. And Ryan Carter is the branch lead for that branch: housing, natural resources, and cultural resources. So those are all of the branches that are tied together that ultimately lead to the resilience and recovery plan. This is our aggressive timeline that we've been on. So we started in late February, early March, driving towards a December 5th, 2023 Board of County Commissioner meeting where they will vote on the recovery and resilience plan. And so for the past month and a half, we've been really working on and focused on community engagement. And so we're going to touch a little bit on what that means, but gathering information, the branches identified some additional priority areas, the community in some cases confirmed them, and then in other cases added additional priorities for the branches to consider. And so now we're developing what those priorities will be for each of the branches in the plan. And then that'll drive us to another round of community engagement to see if the branches and the recovery task force got it right in order to finalize that plan for December. Just a snapshot of the community engagement. There were 15 in-person town halls throughout Lee County, 2 virtual, both the in-person and the virtual. There was Spanish options. Thank you. And then plenty of media coverage for them, and then over 1,000 participants in those town halls. And then we have a survey that is on the resiliently.com website. So if you haven't filled it out or haven't shared it with folks to fill out, that is still available for people to complete and share their priorities for themselves and their communities. So almost 5,000 people there. And then on March 30th, we had a region-wide event, which included the other 4 counties, but it was called On the Table, and that was really community conversations around things that folks are prioritizing in our community. And so there were 1,000 surveys completed there. So a robust community engagement effort, not perfect, but definitely got a lot of input and prioritization from the community. So this week is all about workshops. So the recovery task force itself, so the 13 members, they meet on a monthly basis. They meet the last or the 4th Friday of every month. They meet the 4th Friday of every month right here at Collaboratory. And then in between those meetings, the branches meet, those 8 branches meet as well. This week is all focused on how we start to finalize or start to prioritize what the branches are going to develop for initiatives, which will be in the resiliency plan. There are 4 topic areas. So today is all about critical infrastructure. One note, power was supposed to be this afternoon. It has been rescheduled to June 21st. You all should have gotten that notification, but June 21st in the afternoon between 2 and 5, somewhere in that time frame. And it'll be held here as well. So that is the only one that is outside of this week currently. Wednesday is supporting business and workforce. Thursday is community resilience. And then Friday is all about housing. So in total, there's 15 total workshops that'll be had. I think that's the right math, with the majority of them except power being held this week. The idea is this is an opportunity. So a lot of the subject matter experts that are on the panel were recommended by the branch members across different branches. So this is a chance for, because everything is under the sunshine and publicly noticed, this is a chance for the branches to engage with subject matter experts to understand how to develop out the initiatives related to their branch priorities. And so for this conversation, then I'm going to turn it over to Mike to ask some questions. But this conversation is really all about the water infrastructure projects that will provide the greatest resilience value in defending key infrastructure assets. And what I want to say is we've already revisited the immediate aftermath of the storm. We need to be thinking long term. We need to be thinking big picture. We need to be thinking about, if resources were unlimited, what do we need to do to make our infrastructure, specifically our water infrastructure, more resilient? So think potable water and sanitary sewer systems. What do we need to do to make those pieces of our infrastructure more resilient, whether it's for another Hurricane Ian, something worse, whatever it could be, other disruptions that happen in our community? What would we need to do to make it more resilient? So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mike.
All right. Thanks, John. Again, Mike Sprayberry here, and I just want to thank our expert panelists for coming here today. To be clear, I'm not the expert on waterworks, and but I do know how important they are. I can tell you that as the emergency management director for the state of North Carolina, we always ensured that we had a seat for the American Waterworks North Carolina section inside the state EOC, as well as the North Carolina Rural Water Association. So we know how important water is. When you don't have good water or good wastewater operations, you're having a bad day, right? So you can see the key questions up there. Key upgrades provide the most disaster resilience for water infrastructure. What type of coordination or support is needed in order to increase resiliency across the board for Lee County water infrastructure, regardless who owns it? So I'm going to start off with a few questions and we'll just go down the line. I'm a little bit of a disadvantage. I don't know everybody's name, so I'll just point to you and hopefully you'll help me out here. All right. So the first question, and for me, I would say that it's really important to be thinking about maybe your top 5 priority water projects for, the county munis around here, and how you can compress the timeline to get those projects completed. What might those be? How can you get those accelerated? So kind of be thinking along those lines, because as you know, there's a lot of money, a lot of revenue that are revenue streams coming from different grant sources coming in here. And we want to make sure that we are choosing the right projects to address and mitigate some of the hazards that you're facing. So the first question is, what are the key water projects needed to ensure the area's resilience to a hurricane with even more intense impacts than Hurricane Ian? I know you don't want to imagine that, even more intense, but and I know you're thinking you're going to be first, so I'll move to somebody else. How about you, sir? The Greater Pine Island Water Association.
Thank you, Mike. So what I would say generally is more redundancy. So the storm does impact on a regional, in a regional area, but all of our different infrastructure is located throughout that area. So for example, let's say Sanibel could get hit really hard, but we have an interconnect with Sanibel. So through these interconnects, the redundancy and water sources, we could provide water to the island. We have an interconnect with City of Cape Coral. If we were hit hard and we were in this storm, the city provided us water for our interconnect. So just having redundancy. So interconnects between utilities and then redundancy within those utilities, and those interconnects serve as another layer of redundancy.
So are there any physical projects that you can associate with those redundancy interconnects?
Sure. For example, for our utility, we have a pre-existing 10-inch water main interconnect with Sanibel, but it's leaky. So we need to fix it. One way of doing that in a compressed time frame would be to advertise a design build project. So instead of doing a traditional design bid build, you could compress that into a design build. But that would be an example.
Okay, thanks. How about you, sir, from the city of Fort Myers Public Works? Richard.
One of the areas that I think we can improve is methodologies that would allow interconnects that have different chlorination methodologies to be able to move water across the divide. The city has an interconnect with the county, very robust, but because of the difference in chlorination methodology, there had to be further steps made in order to do the connection and do it safely for citizens. So we had to incorporate that logistic into making that decision. And we would have to make adjustments in order to make that transfer of water happen. So there are methodologies to do that. We have to invest in those methodologies so this could be seamless in a time of true need.
How did your water system hold up during Ian? Was it pretty resilient?
No, for the first time, we had to discontinue service to some of our citizens, some of the hardest hit areas, the downtown area, and a couple of larger lines that we found water breaks that were impacted. So that's the first time we've ever had to do that. But we had for a short period of time and before we got our storage up and we got the breaks fixed. So that was an inconvenience to our citizens that we dearly not like to have happen.
Thank you, sir. You, sir?
So the Village of Estero is a little bit different in that we don't actually own our utility. So we're provided utilities from Bonita Springs Utilities and Lee County Utilities. But one of the most impacted areas we had is on well and septic. And those residents, some of them were without power for several weeks. So they ended up not having any water at all. Those are the areas off of Broadway. And then we had some other areas that were further upstream that actually had almost no impact from the hurricane, but still ended up going 3 to 4 weeks without water because they didn't have power. So one thing that the village would like to see is getting those residents off of well and septic and onto central water and sewer so that they can at least have that service shortly after the storms.
So that's kind of what's happening where I'm from, Oak Island, North Carolina, Barrier Island, and we're moving off, well, and we have moved off well and septic at a pretty substantive cost, I might add, and we're still paying for it. And so any plans for y'all to do that in the future?
Yeah, we're working on it already. We were actually working on it before the hurricane hit. And then the impacts from the hurricane made it obvious that it was actually even more important than what we had originally. Originally it was more of an environmental issue, but now it's a public safety issue as well. There's also a couple of packaged wastewater treatment plants. We have 3 of them within the village, and 2 of them were flooded by the hurricane.
Okay, thank you, sir. Bonita Springs?
Sure, I would just add, in addition to some of the other items mentioned so far, source water and wells that supply the production of the treatment facilities. Some of those wells and facilities that were constructed 30 and 40 years ago might not have the elevation they need, to remain in operation after just some of the flooding that we saw. So, making sure that the source water is resilient, any improvements made to keep those from flooding in the future.
Okay, thanks. Lee Memorial Health System.
Thank you. So we represent a little bit different from what you've heard from the other folks. We are the receivers of the services, both water and sewer. And obviously, if we don't have those 2 services available to us, we cannot run a hospital. And we actually have to begin evacuating the hospital, which we had to begin evacuation of 2 of our hospitals. So water and sewer systems are critical for the operations of the hospital. Water's required for our HVAC systems, for our cooling systems, for steam, for humidification,
Right.
for sterilization and fire protection. And without water, we cannot run a hospital, and without water, we can't take care of the citizenry needs right after the hurricane. So what I want to talk about is a couple of things, and I think it was just brought up by my colleague. Number one is that you have to protect the source. So I think we need to look at all of the source points and make sure that the structures, the systems, utilities, the generation will be in place to ensure that that source will not go down. It is capable of standing and supporting water, number one. Number 2, you heard talk about how to share systems, interconnect. I think that's important, but I would say distribution. I think we need to have a distribution system that looks at what are the essential facilities of the community. We need to make sure that we have a means and a way to get water to those systems and not be interconnected with a multitude of other businesses and residential. What we found is that the source water for us was also interconnected with tons of businesses and homes, and there were breaches and leaks all over. Thereby, no water pressure because we had leaks. So we need to think about the distribution system and how that's being done today. And we need to think about how we can better improve that for critical services. The other thing is opportunity to know in real time, where are the leaks and breaches, and do we have valves and systems? Can we control those differently than how we're controlling them now? But I think there are some opportunities to harden those systems. Going back to sanitary sewer systems, again, it's essential. We did not have failure of sanitary sewer systems, but we did have some failures of generators at lift stations. And if those lift stations go down in their close proximity to a central facility, i.e. a hospital, it puts your hospital in emergency jeopardy. And once you have that backup coming into your hospital, you're closing your hospital down. So these are really, really critical, life important functions. So one of the things I would propose is that what can we do right now? We need to be thinking about essential facilities and putting in wells at those campuses to at least provide some type of secondary support water for fire protection, sanitary, and humidification. And those are things I think can be done fairly quickly compared to maybe some of these other projects that I think need to be done, but may take more than a year to do.
So do y'all have a prioritization list for critical infrastructure for power, water, stuff like that?
We do.
Okay.
And right now it's, power has not been an issue because we have the generator capacity and backup at our hospitals to meet or exceed the code. So as long as we can get fuel, and we've basically gone to dual fuel in most of our campuses, so I can run the entire hospital as long as I can get diesel fuel or natural gas. Water and sanitary sewers are different. I don't have backup resources for that. That's why it becomes really important to look to our colleagues here around the table. And I've worked with all these folks during the storm. I would like to thank them for their response and what they did. But I think we can do better. And I think we can use some of this allocation to make sure that we preserve our water services and sanitary sewer systems.
Right. And thank you for those, dealt with the same thing in North Carolina after several hurricanes, where we had to make sure that we had emergency generation to keep water and sewer going. And it got pretty dicey there for a little bit, but we managed to do it. How did you, so you evacuated people out of the hospital?
We had all 4 hospitals, we had no water.
Okay.
City of Fort Myers, they were able to bring some water back online. City of Cape Coral, working with them, they put all of their resources in trying to get a line back to the hospital. We were 10 minutes away from getting an evacuation notice from the state of Florida, ACA. So we thank these folks. The Lee County Utilities Department, they had major breaches. We were in contact. They were doing everything that they could do. Unfortunately, because we lost all of the critical water and the services that function, we were asked to begin evacuation by the state of Florida. So the Children's Hospital, Health Park Medical Center, and Gulf Coast Medical Center began evacuation. We never shut our emergency rooms down, and we were treating patients after the storm. Again, prioritization by Lee County Utilities. They were able to stabilize the breaches, and they were able to bring water back onto us. Again, we were able to stop evacuation, stabilize, and start taking patients in.
Thanks. That's a good story. Lee County?
Well, a lot has been said from my colleagues. I think like every event, you have lessons learned, and we had a little bit of a head start here in Florida. We spend a lot of time talking about climate change and resiliency, redundancy, and being ready for emergencies. After Irma, it was a lot about power loss, and it was more about wastewater because of power loss and lift stations. This really is the first time where our utilities were impacted by water, and a lot of it is just trying to get those redundancies in place, but also developing those relationships amongst ourselves and amongst our partners so that we're responding and helping each other. The utilities act as independent business units. However, we are very close with each other in cooperation and communication. So I think the type of projects that you'll see in the future really are dealing with trying to raise electrical systems and control systems so they're not impacted by flooding or surge, trying to get those redundancies, trying to get more interconnects, just more of those lessons learned from this event, just like past events.
Right, an excellent time to develop those public-private partnerships and get everybody on the same sheet of music. Cape Coral?
Hi, Jeff Pearson, City of Cape Coral Utilities Director. As my colleague stated, they actually touched on a lot of things that I have on my list here. But some of the things I think we also should think about based on the question that would provide for the whole area would be, and these are just ideas or suggestions, requiring undergrounding of utility power, especially to critical facilities such as the hospital, lift stations, water treatment plants, police, city, fire, all of that critical need infrastructure. Also, facility hardening projects for water treatment plants. One of our south plant got hit pretty hard, but we were able to get it back up online. Part of the plan is a metal structure. We call it Plant 2, and we had a roll-up door that was facing the south, and it blew in and then took some of the roof off. It's an older facility. It was built in the late 70s. Also, potentially requiring residential and commercial to not plant trees with large root systems within, X number of feet to be determined from lateral lines, because that was what caused a lot of the breaks that caused a lot of utilities having to shut the water system down because we couldn't keep up pressure. There were so many breaks, kind of like a death from 1,000 cuts is what we were dealing with. Also, developing maps for each utility. We've done this because we actually had to do it with the hospital. We had to isolated 2 larger diameter mains from both our RO plants to a place in the center of the city around Santa Barbara and Nicholas. And we kept going, and we went by police station, city hall, EOC, and on to the hospital, shutting down. And now we know which valves we need to shut down because the system is looped, but it's still possible. It took us about 36 hours or more straight out in the field, turning valves and flowing hydrants, trying to figure out if we had everything shut down and isolated. So having that map, I wish we'd have had it before the storm, but like Pam said, it's never happened before. But now we know it can happen because of, a lot of the landscaping caused a lot of those breaks. When the trees fell over, the roots pulled out the lines, the lateral lines. Also, I agree with Dave. I think it's a really good idea to have maybe a well system with a small treatment facility that could be turned on in this event, because to me it just doesn't seem possible because some of the facilities are so far away from the plant to have a dedicated line. It would be extremely expensive and to do that for something that may or may never happen. So I think, having a small well and treatment plant with backup generator would be very helpful. And also possibly a sewer septic tank or something that you could divert it to that tank that could be pumped out by a vac truck or a tanker truck. And also maybe even, and I suggested this during Irma, after Irma, maybe the state or the county have a repository of standby generators and pumps that we, if we, one area needed it more, we would have them there already. Because one of the things we ran into was getting those generators here. Then another issue was they didn't always send us the wires to hook them up. So you had to have people to kind of hot wire them into the control panels for the lift station. So that was an issue. And if we had, either all of us have a generator or bypass pump for every lift station and well, or we have a repository where we can, maybe we all contribute a certain amount to keep them maintained. And then if we needed them, we could pull them out and we'd have them here in the county.
Yeah, that's a great point. And there's different ways to do that. And, first you got to make sure you have to have your quick connect established in there. And then where are you going to source your generators? Well, I was advised when I first became the director that you could count on the Army Corps of Engineers. And I got to say, well-intentioned, but pretty slow. And so, because they have to send out a team to look at everything, and I understand that, I get it. And so for us, the best was a hybrid of having our own generators that we maintain in our warehouses, and then having pre-positioned contracts. And I'm going to tell you, those contracts worked a charm, and they were procured according to FEMA, CFR regulation, so that everything that we did with those generators, once we got them via contract, was reimbursable. And so just a thought. So great point, sir.
All right, to expand on what everyone was saying is in Cape Coral, half the city has existing water, sewer, and irrigation. So we have an extensive utilities extension program. So right now we have over 300 wastewater lift stations. Our master pump stations have permanent generators, but the lift stations don't. So as we extend into the north part of the Cape, we have a ratio typically on the lift stations that for every 3 to 4 lift stations, we would buy a portable generator. So now we're reevaluating that to actually put permanent generators as we extend the utilities. And that goes to everything that's been said here. And again, that's over the next 20, 25 years.
What size of generators are you talking about for a typical lift station?
About 100 kW.
Yeah, that's okay.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is good for the group too to hear. I get, so y'all have got a lot of good information out here. Just to let the audience know, is incredibly a lot of good information. And so like I told you before, when you're having water and wastewater problems, you're having a bad day. You don't want to ever have your hospitals having to evacuate ever. And so good luck with that. That was good business. And so heard a lot of good things here. Like what you said about map of the lines, and we learned about that during our drought in 2007. And I also learned how fragile our water infrastructure is in some parts of our state. I mean, some of it's super old. And so not necessarily here, I'm just saying in North Carolina. All right, thank you for that. And I like what you said also about, going straight from bid to project and skipping a step. I mean, you got to sort of think outside the lines sometimes to get what you want, get it going pretty quick. So are there innovative solutions to living with water or designing new infrastructure that can tolerate water intrusion? I know in places like Boston, they've built infrastructure to where when they know they're going to be flooded, so they build infrastructure that it can accept the water and it doesn't damage it. And so it's a project that they have. It's pretty innovative. And so, or do you have any thoughts about living with water, designing new infrastructure that can tolerate water intrusion? Last meeting was on transportation, and we had Rob talking about signal boxes that got water intrusion, didn't do it very, it did. Salt water doesn't do well inside those boxes, but anyway, sir.
Yeah, I guess for that note, you know, there are some things we've looked at, whether you could raise these control panels, raise them up, have them telescoping per se, or if there's even some people looking into waterproof panels, you know, having them being able to be completely submerged and remain waterproof.
So, you know, how do the generators tolerate all this stuff? I mean, is it a pretty massive cleanup after you got to tear them down and build them back, or what?
Yes, or replace them, yeah.
Okay. All right, so they get ruined. All right. I'm gonna try the Estero. Okay.
Well, I think the key really, I think what was just mentioned is the power, you know, keeping power, especially to the wastewater facilities. And it's difficult when you're getting 10 feet of storm surge that you're probably not going to have that high enough. So it's more the areas that either didn't flood or only flooded a little bit, raise the panels, and you'd be able to still function.
All right, thanks. Greater Pine Island.
Thank you, Mike. I think the main problem is electricity, and you can't really get around electricity being submerged underwater and there being a problem. So let's just talk about buildings. We just need to have higher design standards for buildings. So right now, buildings are being built to withstand maximum sustained winds of something like 150, 170. We could go for critical infrastructure up to 210 miles per hour. We haven't seen any hurricanes yet that have had sustained winds that high. Sometimes, very infrequently, they can gust up to that high, but not sustained. So I think that's the key, is like build the buildings better to house the electrical components. So this would be like a wastewater treatment plant, a water treatment plant, not necessarily the lift stations. I think the key of the lift stations is making them higher so that they're out of the surge plane, though they can be waterproof to some degree.
So y'all can elevate lift stations too, huh?
Well, the control panels. they can be
Right,
elevated, yeah.
right. Okay. All right, Richard.
Yeah, so some of the successes we had is that we have a list number of stations along the river. Those that were built more recently with the higher elevations, 200-year flood elevation, survived very well. The older ones that were at the seawall edge obviously sustained a lot of damage, whether it be from the wet well to the panel. So rethinking how we redesign those and bring those back is part of our deliberation. The other thing we found was, where do we stage our generators? So we had a lot of generators right by our lift stations. We had to rethink that when we couldn't find some, and we found some with a high water mark way above. Found a couple still running, and that's a good thing, but that was a nuanced exposure that we had. We had a combination of pumper trucks, bypass pumps, and generators, and that trio of applications seemed to have worked well for us. We were able to recover those stations that had no power by a combination of all of those. So I think we had good success using that trio of application, depending on which station, its size. And we do have our master stations with permanent generators, but those were susceptible to a storm surge at the river's edge.
So, you know, I'm pretty sure that everybody knows how many lift stations you have, right? And knowing that, you know, which ones that are in pretty good shape that you've done some hardening on, Richard, and I'm sure everybody else has done some hardening on some of theirs, but probably not all. And so I'm wondering, I'm just throwing it out there, is that to harden as many lift stations as you can is that a pretty good project with incoming revenue, or would you choose to spend your money in other ways? Just a thought, you don't have, it's a rhetorical question, if you will, but or something to think about, because what I'd like to do at the end is, say, okay, we've got some money. What do you want to spend it on? Right now to make yourself more resilient, to build yourself a more hardened infrastructure, critical infrastructure, water infrastructure. So thanks for that. So to the hospitals.
So we are, we're a special entity within the Florida Building Code, and elevations of our hospitals are, it's considered a critical infrastructure. So there is a minimum requirement that our finished floor has to be elevated to. And of course, after Hurricane Andrew, we've seen the increase of that elevation to the point where at Health Park, the original facility was built at 10 foot above sea level. The new children's hospital had to be elevated to 18 foot 3 inches. So we have some critical points that we have to meet, and we did not have a water intrusion problem at our hospitals, but it was close at Health Park. We lost all the cars in the parking lot, and we were within inches to having it in the hospital. So, but I think going back to the topic of water and utilities, I think we all want to make sure that the hospitals are operational, because what we saw after the hurricane in our community was there was a huge need for our service to take care of. And all my colleagues here knew that, and they worked tirelessly to get us water, and we appreciate that. But again, talking about water projects and what Jeff said is to put a facility in place adjacent to the hospital that we can turn it on and we don't have to worry about that issue. The utility folks can work on other issues. The critical infrastructure in the community, the healthcare, the hospitals will be in place. The other component too that becomes very important is secondary. We have walk-in centers that those become critical post-storm, because if those are not operational, if your dialysis centers are not operational, then everyone converges on the hospital. So there is a secondary need in the community as well. Take care of those non-urgent care areas that we can support a lot of the treatment episodes after.
Hey, I totally agree with that. We use telehealth in our shelters in North Carolina with a nurse and an iPad and going back to the hospital. And so non-urgent care cases got handled right there at the shelter. Pam?
I think that what we've said is pretty comprehensive, where you're basically trying to get your electrical and instrumentation above floodwaters. What I do want to confirm is that finding the funding for redundancy and resiliency is very challenging. Traditionally, utilities have not received a lot of grant funding, and we basically are self-sustaining, which means we don't get general fund. There's not a taxing unit for us. It's really the users of the utility that's paying for the operation of that utility. With what's happening in our community now, I think there's a lot of great opportunities to look at the utilities as a team to say, if we can get these resources from federal and state sources, we can make a lot of improvements. But as been mentioned, a lot of these improvements are very costly. Without that type of financial support, you're basically making improvements as you build. It's not necessarily a focused, we want to improve the entire system. So I think that we're in a good spot after going through such an emergency. We're in a good spot to really concentrate on supporting one another and using our resources to get that state and federal funding that we're going to need to really make improvement.
Right. And I think you make a great point. I mean, usually the utilities don't get those federal grants. I think it's important, though, that we identify, what the gaps are and what your priorities are. So the team here, the Recovery Task Force, can work on identifying the funding that can buy down some of that risk and help you get to where we need to be. Maybe not all at one time, but pieces of it. And so because that's what we all do, we try to work as hard as we can to find some kind of funding to keep building more capacity and a hardened capacity. But I appreciate what you just said.
Can I interrupt with a couple questions to
Sure.
follow up with that? We needed you guys to help us understand what you guys do, right? So you referenced interconnects. Do all of you have all interconnects with both water and sewer, or is it just water, or is it? So that's my question one.
So question number one, typically an interconnect will be water, not wastewater. Wastewater systems are much more area, like you have a service area. For the county, our water is interconnected between our different service areas as well as connected with adjacent utilities.
So that leads to the second one. So it sounds like sewer needs to be more geographic centric, less ability to share services. But we've got water issues, it seems like, throughout the county as well. Is there efficiencies on any level of these infrastructure items where you can build one $200 million water treatment facility in Lehigh because it's the highest elevation in the market and it can pump out everywhere? Just questions around synergies, I guess, is my big question to what can you guys do to make it more effective to use commission money or state money and work together so that it can be more effective?
So for Lee County, we do have partnerships. For example, in North Fort Myers, we have a water service area where the county provides the water, and then we work in partnership with FGUA, who does wastewater. So we are looking for those partnerships with FGUA to try to find efficiencies. When it comes to adjacent, we have partnerships with the city of Fort Myers, where our service areas are adjacent to each other. Same idea. A lot of times you're trying to do projects that will benefit customers, both customers. So it comes down to kind of what makes sense for an area. And for us, one of the good things is our water system is interconnected, but then after the hurricane, we really had to clear the entire system before we were allowed to lift our precautionary boil water notice. So the benefit was we're interconnected and we can move water where we need to get it. The risk was that we had to clear the entire system before we could start doing that. So it's just a balance.
And that's pretty common in all the states, with the interconnects on the water system. I mean, during the drought, it all revealed itself to me, and I was not aware of it, but really you guys work together. I mean, it's a team effort, and it's really extraordinary. I mean, it's another discipline that sort of unheralded guys and gals like these, I mean, that are doing the solid work that keeps us in good drinking water and wastewater facilities.
If I can,
Sure.
maybe. Good afternoon, Maya Roberts, City of Cape Coral Environmental Resources. To tag along on that and the interconnect, as we think about resilience and long range planning in the 25, 50 years from now, are you guys, if you collaborate now, are you guys collaborating on water supply from aquifer and things like that, with the economic growth that we're seeing, with development that we're anticipating? What are the projections? Is that going to put even more pressure? Are you going to get into collaborative agreements to share the water for some areas that will maybe see some saltwater intrusion and will have less access to drinking water, to aquifers? Do you have plans for that?
I think that, well, first of all, the water, groundwater is managed under the district. So they are the permitters of water use. For us, I think that we do want to understand what is happening countywide with source water. We want to be able to support one another if we're having those type of pressures. As we build our capacity and make sure that there's enough water for everyone. So I think that we're looking out for each other, but at the same time, we're not the regulator. So again, that's why we need to have these type of partnerships, is that if one utility starts having stress, then the adjacent utility can try to help, even if it's for a short-term period, while they get their capacity in place.
And that's something we've brought up in the previous panels, is that we're missing stakeholders here, which are state and federal partners, regulators that will impact, regulation that we can pass and things like that. Thank you.
Right. So any other questions from the branch? So next question. Are there policy changes that could speed the improvement of water infrastructure across the region? Are there barriers that should be addressed? Y'all feel like you
Yeah.
feel like you work pretty well together?
Well, I think we work well together. I think that, I mean, I do think that we're public agencies. We have to follow certain procurement processes. I completely understand that we're always looking for alternative means of getting our projects done faster and with more competitive means. We do try to have a strong working relationship with the regulators because, again, that's very important.
It is.
I think the biggest challenge is just, we know that we're a growing county. We've always been a county that's growing, and it's that constant trying to understand how quickly growth is coming and how quickly demand is coming. And that's where, when we're working together and seeing that growth, it helps all of us try to plan ahead. There are groundwater issues in Lehigh Acres. Lehigh is only served by utilities, maybe a third of the area served by utilities. So there's a lot of septic systems and individual wells. That's an area that we're really going to have to look at as a whole if you want to make long-term changes. But that is managed by a different utility. So I think sometimes the barriers are just trying to understand how quickly we're going to need infrastructure to be able to serve the public.
Right. And somebody said the day earlier, I think by 2045, there'll be 1.2 million people in the county. It's a lot of people.
So I'd
So,
like to add something to
Sure.
that. And I think, again, this brought us all very close together. I'm not sure the utilities truly understood the importance of water to our operations, to the point where our air conditioning systems were tied into water. So everybody understands that now, and they understand the critical nature water plays in the hospitals. And what I've found is that everyone on this panel is trying to figure out, how do we not make that an issue in the future? And how can we help so that this critical infrastructure we don't go through this again? And I think that becomes really, really important for, as we think just about water, the elderly population. So water, sanitary, and power, without those, a large component of our population is extremely at risk. And so it becomes really, really important that we have that infrastructure. And again, this team really understands the need of water. And some of these folks I've talked offline on, and we're looking at what are options, wells, putting those services in. So there are projects that we could advance, I believe, very quickly to start dealing with these critical infrastructure issues relative to water.
so are there any policies that are keeping y'all from doing that? Or are there any things that you want to change? How would you solve that?
I think the only policy will be working with the regulators to get our water permits specifically for this function. That's all.
Mike, I'd like to address that.
Sure.
And Director Key said it earlier, it's not a policy and it's not there aren't artificial barriers. It's money. We're businesses, we don't get tax money, we have to create our own revenue. And so that revenue is limited and we have to run our businesses efficiently. So there's not a lot of extra money out there to do special projects. Now, I think all of us at the table have a time horizon, and this is to Maya's earlier point. So what's our time horizon? We typically have a 10-year CIP, most of us. So we're thinking 10 years out, but it's money. So if we could get more money, we could do more projects. I mean, I think everyone at the table has identified a laundry list of CIP projects they'd like to do. It's just, we can't fund them.
So money is the solver of the problems.
Mike, question. Community development districts get funded all day, every day, all over the state of Florida. Is there no mechanism for you to create similar structures to get the capital that you need in order to expand on the services? You certainly have a guaranteed revenue source that's better than a neighborhood is. Why can't you use other functions to get the capital needed?
Often the grants that are written, there aren't so many grants written for water, wastewater. There are mechanisms, there are like low interest state revolving fund loans, but there's not a lot of, I think it's because we're a business, there's not a lot of grant money out there for us.
Yeah, I'm referencing financing. So there is financing available.
I think so. I mean, we use financing all the time to try for these long-term, large capital projects. A lot of it is rate containment. We're, like any business, we're very aware of the cost of our business to our customers. So yeah, we do have plans for long-term debt, which our rates cover. But again, we have our basic level of service. What we're talking about today is trying to go better, bigger, beyond just the regular service. So trying to get funding available for that is a little bit more difficult when you're already trying to get funding just for basic services and contain your rates.
I guess you guys do what you do incredibly well. My curiosity is around if funding and low cost funding is available, working with a group that understands the capital matrix to get you guys the funding seems like a good approach to say, hey, you all are in massively growing areas. And if we don't get our infrastructure up to speed, way ahead of the need, you're going to be out of a hospital and we're not going to build any more homes and it's not going to work anyhow. So by nature, you are conservative entities. And what does it take to find the right balance of pursuit and approach to make sure that you have sufficient funds, especially when debt's cheap for you guys?
Sure. And I think that it is a balance. I mean, you have to look at the entirety of your needs. And then also it comes to rate containment. So now more than ever, we have opportunities for grants, which is a first for us. We're aggressively going for those grants, but our debt capacity many times is just to build existing level of service and capacity, not including these special projects, not including redundancies or a special treatment center for a hospital. That's even above trying to keep your utility running. So it's a balance. We do need the funding and the support, and hopefully that's coming from our state and our federal with their realization that we need that type of funding.
There might be some opportunities in IIJA. I guess have looked at that, and maybe see some opportunities there.
We've spent a lot of time with our hazardous mitigation with FEMA. We've been working with emergency management. We now in the county have a new department to work on getting grants for the community. We're involved with those communications. So it is really trying to get involved in any area possible for utility improvements.
So you know what you want, just figuring out how to pay. All right, how can we accelerate the key improvements in water infrastructure in a manner that also supports the county area residential development and growth trends? How can we accelerate key improvements in water infrastructure in a manner that also supports the county area residential development and growth trends? I know y'all are rolling like super fast, right? And so, go ahead.
Yeah, as far as extending utilities in Cape Coral, we use what's, it's called an assessment. And so that goes towards where the individual homeowners have to pay over 20 years to extend those utilities.
So that allows you to install the infrastructure that they need for their developments.
Correct.
Add that.
Well, it's definitely a challenge for us to keep up with explosive growth that we're seeing right now. I think number one is you need to have a plan. You need to have a master plan. You need to start saying, okay, we're going to do this area, this geographic area, if it's not a planned development, because one of the challenges we have here in Lee County is we're pre-platted. And so you have all these quarter acre, half acre lots that are privately owned, not where in other areas of the country where a developer comes in and it's somebody's farm and he plats it and extends utilities. So it is a very big challenge for us. So like Paul was saying, what we've been able to do, adapt to, is do special assessments for a particular area. And we've developed a master plan where with dates of when we're going to pull the trigger on the special assessments. Paul's group's going to, hire the engineering firms to do the design and permitting. And on the other side, I have to make sure my plants have enough capacity. What is the timing of those plant expansions? And so that's what we're doing right now. We're already doing that and or have done some of that and continue to do that. And so I think, the big takeaway really is having a plan, how you're going to get those utilities out to the customers and then executing it.
Right, and I guess you're upgrading your plant along the way in order to support the additional infrastructure. All right, Pam?
Right now, Lee County, we're doing several expansion programs at once. As Micah mentioned, you've really got to have a 30-year, 20-year, 5-year plan. And then every year you're trying to look at true flows to see if you're going to be on time. But for us, doing capacity projects at our plants and in the system is ongoing. When we work with developers, they are to follow our standards, and they do developer contributed assets where if they need services, then they build them and they turn them over to the utility for ongoing maintenance. So it is a partnership with developers to really understand the needs that they're going to have and when, because again, a lot of it is timing, where you're trying to get that capacity and those infrastructures in place in time. And yeah, we get surprises all the time, but it's a constant review of the systems.
Thank you.
Mhm.
And at the hospitals, you were talking about earlier, wanting, like a well and a septic system. But does the hospital, are they on the hook for that? Are they looking for grants for that, to expand their water infrastructure?
Yeah, so we have a basic requirement when it comes to infrastructure services. And obviously power has always been the one that is dictated by code bodies, right? You gotta have the capacity to run your services. Water and sewer is really place that, do you have that service available at the site? Yes or no? And that's where we look to our partners that we have it. And so what we have found though is with these disruptions of storms, as it disrupts our partners, it disrupts us. And so that's what has really led to these discussions. And also I think the water management is keen on not allowing everybody to go and get well permits. I think that's something that they are looking to reduce, not increase. So working with our partners, how can we ensure that we get uninterrupted power and sanitary services for the benefit of the public at our facilities? We're not in the business. We're not a water treatment center, and we're certainly not a sanitary sewer system. So that's why it's important to come together with our partners to figure out how do we resolve that issue, because with disruption of those two services, there goes your elimination of healthcare in the area. So that's why we started talking about the ability to put wells in and have a secondary source on the campus, or let our utilities do it for us. But think about things differently. Like I said, sanitary sewer systems, it wasn't a hardening issue, it was a generator issue. And but we also found is that without those lift stations in operation, it becomes a major issue for your facility. So working together as a partnership, helping these folks understand what's extremely critical and important to us, we're starting to have some pretty good dialogue and input. Nobody wants their hospital to be down. So what is the most efficient and effective way to ensure these services are not down?
Right. Richard?
Yeah, so with regards to, as an older city, we have to both maintain what we have, rejuvenate what we have that's older, and build for the future. So cost containment on the rate side has to accommodate for all of those three moving parts at the same time. So there's pressure there to maintain good rates as well as do all three. So that is something that funding will help us to do, to echo what Pam and the team has said. Better delivery methods, faster methods of project delivery will help us. Coming up with design, build, that sort of application of faster delivery methods. The other thing is the master planning and looking for 20, 40 years into the future. We have an opportunity to adjust that and apply new technologies that can use reduced water qualities, but still be productive and cost effective. Applying strategies like that as part of our master planning, look into the future, could be areas that we can help sustain the growth and be viable for the long term.
Are we close to having those new technologies for water quality?
Well, you can use, what we're trying to apply is technologies that can use waters of higher salinity as part of our strategy for long-term viability, because we know what the aquifer is doing, and we're still getting permits from our district to use that aquifer. So as that changes in salinity, we have to come up with adjustments in the technology to be able to be productive at the same time. Other modalities, other aquifers, other methods of getting water to the plant and to the public also being evaluated.
That's pretty challenging, it sounds to me.
It is.
Thank you for that.
Not to sound redundant, but again, I think the question was, how do you accelerate key improvements to support residential growth? So that is where you take on long-term debt, because your customer base is growing and you can pay that debt back. Now for sort of hardening and redundancy projects, we would like to go towards grant funding first because there's not a base there to get the money back. So if we can access the free money, that really helps in the hardening and redundancy and, mitigating storms that happen, Category 5 storms that happen once every 5 years. But like I said before, it's money. That's how you accelerate it.
Right. Mr. Rowe.
For the village of Estero, since we don't provide the actual utilities, we're in the working on planning to extend the utilities to the areas that don't currently have it. And then the county utilities and Bonita Springs utilities will provide those services.
Thanks. Bonita Springs.
Yeah, I was just gonna add, all these are good ways to accelerate it that you've heard before, different procurement methods and assessment or taking on debt, but I'm just gonna echo what the rest have said, that while you're taking on this debt and doing these other things, you do have to focus on keeping rates affordable.
Thank you for that as a citizen. So as I see, as we were talking about, coming up with ways to have a more resilient water system, it kind of keeps coming back to one thing, right? Money. And so I think the real difficulty is going to be where how can you pay for these projects without passing those costs on to your customers, right? And so, I mean, that's the $1 million question. And so, Pam, I think, was talking about working with the different entities relative to grant management. So y'all have I would say a lot of solutions to a lot of the issues, but, cannot implement without the funding. And so I think probably some of them that I've heard are implementable without a significant amount of funding. Like the, bid to build, design build, and then mapping your water systems and knowing, and I guess that's just, you did that internally in Cape Coral without having to outsource it. You just did it yourselves. And so, and I'm just going to assume, I'm not going to ask, that everybody sort of has their own systems mapped out and knows how they work. And so that's good to know. And so when the flag goes up and stuff's happening, you can know where to go and to shut things off and check things out. So it's apparent to me that you have a lot of solutions, lift station improvement, again, back to money. So I appreciate all your thoughts on that. So do we think that in the Lee County area across all sectors, have we done enough to understand that critical infrastructure needs to be prioritized for improvements that protect access to clean water? Now, you guys will probably say never will be that way. I mean, to me, everybody knows clean water needs to be a priority. And so sometimes you wonder if the people that live here or anywhere in the nation understand, all the ins and outs of it and just how critical it is. I mean, Richard, you were just talking about, salinity in an aquifer, right? And so I'm not sure how many people around here know about that. And so, but it's important to understand that we're trying to introduce new technologies so that we don't run out of water. And so do we think that people in Lee County understand the work that's going on and the work that needs to be done in order to keep the systems not only functioning properly, but moving ahead with growing population, and also ensuring that as we move forward in the future, that we are hardening our water system, against, the next Cat 4, Cat 5 hurricane? What do you think? You feeling it from Bonita Springs?
I would say that, on a daily basis, most residents don't realize that. You can't tell them enough until something like this happens. And then they realize that, and I've heard from some others that say, hey, I'd rather have water than my power. Because there's so many things that you just can't do without the water. So, until something happens, I don't think, you know, we can't do enough to try to get that out there to them.
Right. And so does more outreach need to be done in that area?
Yeah, I think you know, that it was a focus after the storm, but I think a lot of people have already forgotten about it. You know,
Happens every time.
we're working to do the septic and the wells and even in the neighborhoods where they flooded, we're getting a lot of pushback, you know, trying to get them on central water and sewer. Even though they had their septic tanks flood over the top of their wells, so it was just all water together and the people are still fighting it. So I think it's, you know, some of it's education, but some people are fine with the way they have it. You know, as far as the municipal infrastructure, you know, since, you know, you have everybody here to help lead that along, I think that goes a little bit smoother, but the ones that are on the well and septic, a lot of them are just fine with, you know, what they have.
Right.
And it's not a focus.
Okay, thanks.
I can't really speak for the lay people, but I will tell you who does get it. It's Governor DeSantis and Commissioner Ruane. I mean, they were our advocates and they helped us out a lot. And I've been through, you know, this wasn't my first hurricane. This is like my third major hurricane. And the response we got from the state government and the local government was amazing. So they get it.
That's good. Richard?
You know, citizens, we need to get a better way to explain some of the challenges that we face going forward, as well as immediately after the storm. Because getting the infrastructure for redundancy and resiliency is very expensive. And so if we're going to approach it that way, we were looking for redundancy and resiliency, we have to put our money where our mouth is globally.
Totally agree. Sir?
So we're limited in the discussion, but most of these folks I was on the phone with for 3 or 4 or 5 days straight, multiple times, and they all truly get the need of water for critical functions. And they've actually worked with me, and we do have, I believe, some really great solutions. So it's money, but I think we could, if we get the money, we can get started on it, and we can take what we believe are one of the critical infrastructure issues off the table if we can put these solutions in quickly. And again, no one thinks about the hardening issues until they lose water, sanitary, then they do. And again, I think going back to the source points, providing the funding that supports all of these folks in their infrastructure is critical to all of us. And also the, again, the sanitary, I can't speak enough that about having that generation power, because without that, then the community is lost for a long time. And then we can't keep people here to take care of healthcare. So it's
right.
I can't, again, begin to tell you how serious and important, and people forget about it, but we don't. So.
Thanks. Pam?
I think it's really building relationships between each other, but also there's plenty of road and bridges projects going on, which includes utilities. There's park projects going on where we can do partnership with parks for source water wells. So for the county, we're a very complicated organization, and it is keeping ourselves in the conversation with other departments and trying to leverage those funding and those relationships. So I think we've got a pretty good communication amongst ourselves, but it's also reaching out to those other entities. So if they're doing projects, then we can partner with them and get the message out of how important utility is, as well as roads, bridges, parks, and other projects.
Right, thanks. Cape Coral?
Definitely the value of water is something that we can all do a better job of getting out there in the public perception. Because a lot of, households, it's almost like air, well, it ought to be free and this and that. But in reality, as we all know, less than 0.5% of all the water on the planet is fresh and can be used for potentially for drinking water sources. So I think, working with our own communications or, PIOs. I know AWWA has a lot of material out there on the internet. Because without it, I think sometimes we as humans need to be reminded, like you were saying, well, a lot of people have already forgotten after the hurricane what we went through and I felt the same way about power versus water, that I would rather not have power than to have water. And so it really, opens, it's an eye opener to all of us. And so I think, like I'm saying, I think that we could all, a marketing campaign, getting that word out. I know Lee County did a fabulous job with their marketing campaign on fertilizers and, how that impacts our environment and water quality and surface water, and stormwater. If we had a similar program out there that we all collaborate with as unified utilities, I think it would help, and it would also help to gain approval for some of these large high ticket dollar item projects that we need to do to keep up with growth and to continue serving our existing customers and providing high quality service and, and water. So that's really all I have. Thanks.
We all have effect on our water systems.
Certainly, getting the word out. I know the grants we all hope to get are a one-time fund. And for example, in Cape Coral, we just did a master plan to extend the utilities, and that was about $5 billion. So we have to get the word out that eventually these projects have to be paid through the ratepayer and or assessments because we won't have these grants. Hopefully we won't have hurricane grants coming in often. So it's a lot of money.
You're an optimist.
Yeah. So certainly getting the word out to the individuals. It's always a challenge for us when we extend utilities. And there's a lot of individuals that are very happy on their septic in their well until they lose power during a hurricane.
Right. Hey, does anybody on the branch have any questions for our esteemed panel? Sir?
I have one on the lift stations, like for the hospital. Aren't there several lift stations or all have to be working? Like if the one right outside the hospital is working, isn't there others in line to get back to the sewer treatment plant to have to be running too?
Right. I think that's what Richard was trying to hit on is even if their lift station is working, that's a good start. And then if there's other lift stations down the line that are not working, that's where you're doing bypass pumping or you're getting pumper trucks and you're geting generators to them. So you're basically watching the system as a whole and you're trying to get that lift station operating when it needs to make sure that the flow continues. So it is a system-wide issue.
Now, one other comment. Unfortunately, there's an awful lot of aluminum wiring used, including by FPL. FPL, most of their feeders are all aluminum. Aluminum, when it gets salt water on it, goes to crap quick. Copper, in general, can tolerate many, many times better than aluminum. So some of the ideas about wire being buried and all that is not going to quite work out as well as some people might think.
Right. It's a challenge. I think somebody else mentioned that we're looking at like for our control systems to have waterproof containment.
Yeah, and make sure that your wiring inside your system is copper.
That's right. So we're learning. I mean, we're learning like everybody else.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Just something that we learned out and working with City of Fort Myers on a new development off of Colonial is the city's working on expanding in source wells. They don't have locations or own land where they can put the wells in. And so because we were working closely on the development of this, they came to us and said, is there a way we can work together and find a location on your property so we can do source wells? So it benefits the whole community. So we're doing that. And the one thing maybe that comes out of that as we go in the future development is make sure that, you know, all the utility members, the building folks are working together, because maybe there's opportunities when we develop properties, if there's a need by Lee County Utilities for more source wells, and there's a development going on over here, why not work together and help everybody out in the community? So that's what I learned through this project, and I think it's going to help Richard and the city. It helps all of us.
Excellent. And working together, that's how we get things done. So I want to thank our panelists here today. Y'all have done a great job, a lot of knowledge. And I learned a lot about different types of solutions we could use to, you know, enhance the water systems and wastewater systems and to make them more resilient. I also learned that we need to find the money to do it. And so, but anyway, I think that's, you know, rings out loud and clear. There's also some things that you mentioned that can be done, you know, out of our own, you know, just doing it yourselves. And so that's good as well. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Harrison and going to close us out.
Thank you, Mike. And thank you everyone for coming today. We very much appreciate your time. So here, if some of the branch members will have seen this before, we actually have a little tool. All of this is about getting to solutions. All of this is about thinking big and putting together ideas that we can take forward to put in the plan. As you are reflecting on the conversation we've had today, you can take that QR code right now. You can put your phone up and you put it on your screen. It's a QR code. There's a place where you can actually give us initiative ideas for the plan. So this is just a way to make it simple. As you're thinking about it over the course of the week, anytime you can use that QR code to send us plans directly. You can also do that just through resiliently.com, either way. So I'll give everyone a moment if they want to, if anyone wants to make use of that QR code. Many of you already have it. Okay. And because this is a public meeting, I'll just one more time give everyone a chance to see if there's any more comment, discussion that anyone wants to make. Okay. Great. Then we'll open it up for public comment. If you're a member of the public and would like to speak, you can stand up. I will hand you the microphone.
I thank you all for what you're doing. As a member of the Lee Health Board of Directors, I just want to show my support for the help in the community, keeping our hospitals open, and support exactly what Dave Kistel said. It is absolutely vital to our community and resiliency to make sure we have those water and those sewer resources available to keep our community resilient. Thank you.
Hearing no more public comment, we will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.